Good evening, Diplomacy fans. No need to adjust your sets. Brian Prevel did not shave his head. I am Brandon Fogel, filling in for Brian tonight. We are coming at you with coverage of VDL's October games and the Liberty Cup, which took place just a couple weeks ago.
Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring the lights on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile bonds. Ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a million. But they already knew that those for well to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. We are, as I said, bringing you coverage of the October VDL games as well as the Liberty Cup. I am Brandon Fogel, one of the co-founders of DBN. Joining me on tonight's broadcast is the reigning DipCon champion, that's North American champion, Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome, Michalis.
Hi, glad to be here.
And the most recent tournament winner, the new Alpha Weasel, the Weasel Moot champion, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome to the broadcast.
Very excited for tonight's games.
All right, so we have 4 VDL games to cover tonight. VDL is hurtling towards its conclusion this year. Games have been played since March, once monthly. So this is the quick count 'em up, the 8th game day of the year. Players can play up to 3 games if they're willing to play 24 hours around the clock. Most players do not do that, but we do often get players playing 2 games, and that did happen with these games, which actually took place last weekend. Normally, we like to cover these games on the night they're happening, but for various life reasons, Brian was not able to do that, and no one else was able to cover. So we are coming to you on a week's delay. Our two analysts here, Michalis and Adam, have not looked at any of the results, have no idea what happened in the games. I glanced at some of them briefly as I was loading them into the machine, but I don't know any of the details, and I honestly don't remember what happened. So also joining us in the broadcast in a little bit is going to be Riaz Varani, and we'll give him some stick when he shows up. Guys, you have been covering VDL so far this year. Michalis, you've played in a bunch of games. We're gonna look at the standings here. I'm gonna turn to you guys for some thoughts on how you think the season has gone and how you think things may play out from here. First, here are the current standings. Let's see if I can get them on. There we go. So heading up in first place currently is a very familiar face to VDL fans. That is Nicolas Taillet. Nicolas is in position to make the top board. He has made the top board on each of the previous 2 years, which are the 2 years that he's played. He won the tournament, the league championship game 2 years ago, and came in second last year, I believe. After that, we have Jackson Roberts, who is a player who has frequently made noise, is capable of doing some pretty electric things on a board. Still searching for some consistency, but sitting there in second place. After that, we've got Ben Kelman, familiar name, some guy named Michalis Kamaritis, and then Cody Green, Brandon Dix, and Matthew Tatanchi, some newer players to this elevation. Guys, so currently the cutoff here is 298.7 points. I did a little bit of research here, found that the cutoffs for the last 2 years were 294.7 points last year, so we're already ahead of that. And in 2021, it was 317.4 points, so a little bit higher than current. First question to you guys, where do you think the cutoff is going to end up being? Do you think it's going to end up being much higher than 298 here? And if so, how high? And Michalis, we'll go to you first.
So no spoilers, but I didn't play this month. That's a calculated gamble on my part that I think the cutoff is going to be below my current score. I do think it's going to be higher than it is at the moment. I wouldn't be particularly safe in the 320s, 330s. Maybe I can sort of see somewhere around the 330 mark as what I'm looking at right now. By the end of the stream, I think I'll have a clearer point of view on whether I need to play again or not. But yeah, that's where I would look to see so far. And I think, yeah, probably a little higher than it's been the last couple of seasons, particularly last season where it was a little bit lower.
So are you hoping to not have to play again this regular season, or are you just biding your time to wait and see what you need?
I'd rather not have to play again because, I mean, that's one of the facets of the VDL scoring system. It's your best 3 games plus the average of your rest. So if you go and play another day but you get eliminated, your score can go down. And if you don't have to play again, there are reasons not to play again.
And so, and your 4th score, I believe, is 60, correct? So you've managed to have no bad games so far out of the first 4. And so if you got eliminated in your next game, then that would take 30 points off of your score. That's what you're saying? Yeah,
exactly.
All right. And, that risk is it's one of the features of the system. It also creates a situation like this, where if you have 4 good scores, there is a disincentive to play. Adam, what are your thoughts as you have a look at this leaderboard?
Well, McCullough, the good news for you is I'm going to say that you're probably pretty safe, but I'm going to say that Cody, Brandon, and Matthew probably, they're not safe. I mean, they're in good position, particularly Cody and Brandon, but I don't think they're fully safe. I mean, if you look at the list of going 8 to 10, and you even probably, if we look at the list going beyond this, you've got a bunch of people who are really good players who have a shot to get a really big result. And, you said the top 3 count, right? And go into that top average and really jump up a little bit. So, I'd be sitting pretty if I was in 1 through 4. So McCullough, I do think you're probably going to be okay, but I do think that we've got a reasonable shot of those last 3 seats being up for grabs if somebody can manage a really good score. And I wouldn't put it past, Wes, Johnny, Chris, Ward, number of other people on this list that we're going to see if we go down past 10, really do have a shot at getting a giant result and jumping up.
Yeah, let's have a look at 11 through 20 here. Hard not for your eyes to be drawn to that name at the top of the list here, Mr. Peter McNamara, who won the DBN Invitational, the first one a few years ago now. But after that, we've got names that are familiar to VDL viewers. They're names that have been around and have been sort of slowly improving their games and could be poised to do something big in these last few game days. McCullough, any thoughts on 11 through 20?
Yeah, so obviously Peter, you could never rule out Peter. He's capable of pulling that big score out at any given moment, and he has played 4 games. That's one of the reasons I haven't played, is they're on the people sitting there on 2 or 3 games played with an easy add to score and come straight in at the top. I know you've got Ian and Bradley down there on 2 games on 136 and 133, which are decent scores, but are not overly scary yet. We'll see if they can add another one this month and suddenly put themselves into really firm contention. Of the others, Jason Bennett, who very, very narrowly missed out by, I think it was like 0.7 of a point or something last season on making the top board, to Bradley Grace. And you've got Nicholas Lawton in particular, who has recently transitioned from extended deadline on Nexus to virtual and has started to get a couple of pretty solid results, and we'll see whether he can build on that at the end of the season.
The 2 names that I'm going to be watching in particular on this list are Ian Rudnick and Bradley Grace, who have only played 2 games, and they're really ripe. Not only for building their score, because that 3rd game is not scored yet for them, but also both of them really do have the potential to go wild and have a really nice result. So those are 2 that I'm going to be watching if they're playing this week.
And remember, Bradley is the player who squeaked in last year onto the top board on the last game day, just beating out Jason Bennett by a few points. And Bradley has definitely been improving as a player. Had some interesting games at the DBN Invitational this past year, and is hungry, I think. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. And Ian Rudnick has been going to a bunch of face-to-face tournaments this year. He was in Chicago for Weaselmoot. McCullough, you played with him in Dixie back in May, correct?
Yes, we played a variant ancient med game together on the Saturday evening.
I had the pleasure of playing a game with Ian at Weaselmoot a few weeks ago, and I will say he's a really good player. He's coming into his own. I think it's only a matter of time before he really breaks one open.
All right. Well, with that, why don't we dive into these games? And just for the viewers, just to remind you guys, we will be covering the Liberty Cup games, which happened a couple weeks ago. We will be doing that in the middle of the broadcast. We're going to cover 2 VDL games, go over to Liberty, cover those 3 games, and then come back and do the remaining 2 VDL games. All right, let's go to the first game here. Now we had a first with VDL this past weekend. There are 3 time slots. One is convenient to European and Australia and Asia. That starts in the middle of the night for North America, and then there's one that starts in morning of North America. That's also convenient for Europeans who are playing in their evening. And then there's an evening in North America, which is also convenient to Australians and Asians who will be playing in their morning. But the bulk of our players are in North America, and so we've often struggled in VDL to fill a game for that first slot. This time, however, we got 2 games in that first slot, round 1 that's convenient for European and Asia. Our first game up here, let me get the player list up rather than the map. Found Isaac Yukis in Austria. I hope I'm saying that name correctly. Isaac Silbert in England. So 2 Isaacs. And he is in Australia. Nicholas Lawton in France. Michael Saxton in Germany. A person whose name we did not get, but who went by Landmia, we'll say. I think pronunciation is optional there. Playing in Italy. We've got the man of many nicknames, Tommy Anderson, playing in Russia. And Micah Blom from the Netherlands playing in Turkey. So you can see here from the places, not a lot of highly placed players here. Isaac Yukis and Nicholas Lawton are the 2, that are probably in position to move up. The others, there's still enough time in the season to get a few scores and rise up the standings. Any quick thoughts on this lineup before we?
Well, look, you've got a lot of people here just playing probably for a fun game, right, and getting their feet wet here. I mean, I'm sure even the folks who haven't played on VDL before probably have some experience of this game. But this is a really interesting mixed group. It's it's not a group playing for contention for the most part. I think probably the 2 Isaacs and Nicholas probably. May have their eyes on hoping for a big result. But I mean, this could be really interesting. Tommy is an agent of chaos in any game he plays in. So this will be fun.
Yeah, Mike has had a couple of pretty solid results in Tour of Britain this year. She's new to the scene quite recently, but she's been improving very rapidly, and it'll be interesting to see how she does in VDL. And I have to say, Tommy Anderson, is there anything more Tommy Anderson than you making an opening about how this round is in the middle of the night for Americans? And oh, look, there's Tommy Anderson.
Yep. I believe this round started at 3 a.m. His local time. So there we go. All right, let's take a look at some orders. Gosh, it's been a while since I've done this. We call out, one of you calls out the orders, the other one comments. Is that how we're going to do it?
We can do that. That's great.
All right, let's make it happen. Michalis, we'll start with you calling out the orders in spring 1901. What do you see?
All right, so in the West, we have some pretty standard openings all round, some friendliness between France and Germany with no unit going to Burgundy, which hasn't been the common theme this year. France has often been supporting themselves there, so slightly unusual opening for Nicholas in that regard, but it's a more common one in extended deadline where he is more experienced. In the East, it's definitely an unusual one from Austria, who slides Vienna down to Trieste rather than bouncing Galicia, while Turkey does the more old-fashioned move both armies across opening, which might well pay off here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that the Austrian opening is so unusual, right? Because the Italian Venice to Trieste has become so common in the lately, and a lot of Austrians don't necessarily want that, right? To assume that that's okay on a board, right? So this is perfectly reasonable. I'm guessing that this was probably a demilitarized zone in Galicia that Tommy decided to take advantage of.
Isaac learning a tough lesson, resting his top board hopes on a DMZ agreement with Tommy Anderson. Off to fall 1901. Let's do a year at a time with the orders. Michalis, tell us what you see.
All right, so Micah Blom, having moved the 2 armies across to Bull and Com, which you don't see very often nowadays from Turkey, gets the biggest of big rewards from it by getting both Bulgaria and Romania with Russian support sliding into the Black Sea at the same time, which you have to imagine was not agreed with, or was not what Tommy was expecting to happen. Tommy, for his part, took a 50-50 shot at Vienna and Budapest and didn't get it. Does look like Isaac's problems are just mounting all the time with Venice also going to Trieste, whilst in the West, France is the one who gets free builds, with England supporting them into Belgium and no bounce in Sweden.
Yeah, this is a nice job actually by Isaac. He guesses correctly between Vienna and Budapest, and thereby saves all his centers. He's going to build two. This is a bad turn for him, obviously, to see both Italy going to Trieste and Russia going to Vienna. But it's a whole new ballgame in 1902. He's going to have a lot of room to negotiate with all of his neighbors and really try to get something going. He's got Turkey that's in the Black Sea and Romania and Bulgaria. He's got a great case to make for an AT. He can work, he's got a case to make for the AI with Italy convoy to Tunis. I mean, there's a lot of options here. He could even be pushing for an AR with the moves that Russia made. I honestly think that good diplomacy coming up in 1902 could put Isaac in a great position in this game. And that's the name of the game, right? It's taking a position where, like, maybe everybody is out to get you in 1901, but then turning that into something that's really workable and really potentially a result. That's what makes the great player. So let's see what Isaac can do.
Yeah, it's quite a guess for Isaac Yukis in 1901 here. You miss that guess, you lose.
It's over. It's over, man. You're done. You're done. I mean, that's it. So he's got game, though. I really think he's got game here.
All right, let's see what Isaac does with it. Anyone want to make an outlandish build prediction here? What would be the most unusual prediction that you could expect to see on this board? Either one of you.
The theme of the last couple months has been tons of Western triples, so France putting down fleets and nothing else and all Western triple builds wouldn't shock me. It would just disappoint me.
Well, two fleets in an army wouldn't be crazy here for France, actually. I mean, that's not necessarily a Western triple, right? I mean, if you waive the army Paris build, that would be bizarre. I mean, I don't think we're going to see anything weird. I think we'll see fleet army from Germany. I think we'll see a fleet somewhere for England, probably London. What would be really interesting would be if Tommy decides to build like Fleet North Coast with a single build, right? Instead of building Army Moscow as one normally does here. But we'll see what he does.
Right? All right, that is it. So I on North Coast St. Petersburg.
It wouldn't shock me. Let me say, yeah. Okay.
But the eye is immediately drawn to this.
That is not what you expect to see for sure. That sniffs IT all the way, of course, and it's not good news for Isaac for sure. It is not good news for Isaac.
There's a lot of Tommy either.
It's not good news for Tommy. You're right. That's right.
All right, and in the West we have some set of ambiguous builds. I think the Fleet Brest is interesting. I think that gives Nicholas the option to go against England if he wants to. But I imagine if you're England, you would rather have seen a second army there.
I mean, this is what I would have expected in this situation. I would have actually been really surprised if France didn't put two fleets down here. Even it just gives them the most flexibility from this position.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's either two fleets or you waive a build if you're France.
Yeah, you don't want to I don't think you put two armies down. It's too limiting.
All right, let's push forward here. And Adam, we will have you calling out the moves. Tell us what you see.
Okay, so this certainly looks friendly to England right here. It actually looks fairly Western Tripoli, if anything, right? Because I guess that England probably just misordered the Yorkshire convoy up to Norway, which is really kind of unfortunate to see that happen. It is one of those things with backstabber order entry that it can be pretty easy to screw up convoys. And you hate to see that because it should have been a bounce, and this is really going to kind of screw things up a little bit.
Yeah, but usually people screw up the convoy order, not the move order.
I mean, maybe he just didn't get it in or forgot to tap it. So it's unfortunate to see that. London to Yorkshire is a bit of a weird choice, to be honest with you, but I don't know why you wouldn't just hold in London or just write a useless, support North Sea or something like that in this situation, because it just reduces your options should France betray you and go to the English Channel. And, I can understand not wanting to go there for sure, but, I don't know why you necessarily don't want to be sitting in London in the fall just to be confident. It shows a lot of faith in Nicholas. But it paid off, right? Because Nicholas does not appear, at least, to be going after England. These are very Tripoli moves, right? Munich to Silesia, Ruhr to Munich. I mean, there's not much more they could do to show a triple in this pace. You even got Spain to Marseille, not Gascony, right? So it can go to Piedmont and that whole thing. In the east side of the board, it looks like Isaac is trying to fight both Russia and Italy at the same time. Interestingly enough, though, Italy is taking advantage of the army builds by Turkey and going into the Aegean Sea, which is, again, I think probably why Micah probably wanted to build at least one fleet there. She's going to Armenia. It looks like Turkey and Austria are going to maybe for the short term work together against the Russians, but we'll have to see.
Michalis, with France looking like they're going to come down, is this a saving grace for an AT with only one fleet in the east?
I mean, I'm not entirely convinced it is an AT. Like,
yeah.
Italy going to Aegean Sea could be part of an IT. It could be that the plan was to take Greece, with the two fleets being on Greece while Rum and Bald work together on Serbia, for example. Because with Moscow being occupied, Sevastopol isn't actually easily capturable. They can work together to get all units and take Sev, and I'm sure that's what Turkey would be telling Austria. But I think Turkey has the ball in their court on who they want to work with still at this stage.
Well, I think they can take Sev from this position, right? Because they do have 3 on it, and they can cut Ukraine. So because of the Austrian move into Galicia, so Sev can go. It does get harder to take Moscow and Warsaw from this position, but with Norway going up to St. Petersburg, probably will have the ability to retake Norway in the fall for England. It's not great for the Russian. Turkey's going to have to get some fleets out there immediately, though, right? Because this is trouble with France being able to advance very quickly.
Yeah, the question will be what fleets. Let's have a look at Chris Kelly's question here, though. And he apparently meant this as a serious question because he told us that. Is a Western Triple a good response to an apparent IT based on those builds?
I wouldn't personally say so. I think that in an IT, Turkey's getting big quite quickly, and in a Western Triple, Turkey gets big quite quickly because Turkey is usually the main beneficiary of a Western Triple in the East. Italy and Russia come under a lot of pressure. Austria tends to follow. Turkey gets to sit in the corner, and usually they're sat in there on 3 or 4 centres and nobody particularly cares. But if they've had a fast start from an IT and you Western Triple, this can really turbocharge a Turkish position. It can obviously ruin the game for the Italians, and maybe the idea is that the Italians will then not work with the Turks. But if you've got France coming into the Med, the Italians aren't going to be working against the Turks either. So if your goal is to control the size of Turkey, I personally don't think a Western Triple is the way to go for that.
All right, well, let's push forward and see how things evolve. Here are the fall 1902 orders. Adam, got a turnabout. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, France is turning around as quickly as they move forward, and they are absolutely not going after the Italians. They are absolutely shifting their position to go up against the English. And I think their assumption was that army was going to get off the board, though. In that case, the army was going to get off the island, though. In that case, they would have had a build. I'm not sure why they failed to take Norway in this. Oh, they got Moscow cut St. Petersburg is why. So they failed to retake Norway. So they won't be building, but they do have that army on the island to protect Liverpool. I'm frankly kind of surprised that this is what France chose to do from this position. But maybe Michalis can talk more about that in the commentary. But otherwise, what's really interesting is the rest of the board has reacted massively to this apparent Western triple, probably prematurely since the Western triple is is over as soon as it began. But look at those Austrian orders: Trieste to Tyrolia, Vienna to Bohemia, Serbia to Trieste. I mean, Romania follows up into Galicia. I mean, everything here is just spelling like the RATI against the Western triple. That is crazy. And this is such good news for Micah. I mean, this is just amazing for Turkey.
It's hard not to like this Turkish position right here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible start for Turkey, and this is the danger. Like, a Western triple strengthens Turkey. A feint of a Western triple, which convinces all of the East to pull away from Turkey, also strengthens Turkey. So this is just, an incredible position for Micah, and I don't particularly like the way France went about this. I think, yes, I can see an argument for not stabbing England until autumn, but I think the way that you do that is you do sort of neutral moves. Spain, Mid-Atlantic Ocean, I'm not committing against anyone, I don't want to upset the Italians, that sort of thing. Because all that France really achieved from this, A, they can't walk into Liverpool because the army hasn't convoyed off the island, and B, they've got an Italian that's turned around and started heading in their direction, which is terrible. You never really want that to happen as France. So your attack on England now has a ticking clock. You have to get it over with quickly enough that the Italian doesn't come in and seize the south from you, or you have to turn around again and you've lost all your initiative.
I mean, the good thing that France has going for them is now that they've pulled away and Austria's put themselves in the position they have, you can maybe make your pitch to Austria like, okay, look, there's no Western triple, go kill Italy now. And maybe that happens. I don't know.
Well, let's have a look at the adjustments. Only one center changed hands. Germany took one off of Russia, and that results in another fleet.
It's got to be a fleet. It has
Does
to be
it?
A fleet. Oh,
Does
yeah.
it? With all with all those Austrian armies on your doorstep?
I think it's. Oh, go ahead, Morales.
No, you go with this one first.
Well, I mean, I think that you're basically sending the message to say, there is no Western triple. You put an army down there, and you're basically perpetuating a fight with Austria. Yes, you are risking some things right here, right? You are risking Munich. You've got to cover Berlin anyway, regardless. But you're basically sending that message now. Hey, look, no Western triple, clear. We're going after England. Like, you don't want to be sitting in Munich in 1903. You can't hold that. You need to go defend against Turkey. You need to go, do all the things that you need to do. I think diplomatically, this is a great build for Germany.
McCallus, you agree?
Yeah, I think for Germany, it's who France chooses to partner, and France has gone against England. I think if Germany puts an army down, they're never getting anything out of that. This way, they have the ability to, at some point, get some gains and turn their game around, and it gives them potential future growth. But my eye was actually more drawn to the Russian disband than it was to the German build, because I would not have been disbanding that.
Sev, right?
Yes.
It's got to be Sev. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be Sev, of course.
It's a useless unit to you. Pulling that third army off just gives you almost no flexibility. You're essentially counting down when somebody comes and kills you now, I think, if you're Russia.
I mean, arguably you disband Norway even, and just because of how weak you are. I mean, you don't want to give up the north, but you got no play up there, so there's a reasonable argument that you just give that up.
I think I'd probably have tried to take some Pete from Norway with Moscow support. So I think I'd.
Yeah, no, I think Sev is probably right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's a lot of Turkeys will start working with Russia more readily if once that fleet is gone. Let's see what happens. And McCallus, we're back to you. It's hard for me not to just be drawn directly to the center of the board and see that Isaac did not take the diplomatic play and back off.
Well, I think both of those adjustments have not worked out for the people who made them, because my eye immediately, as we were talking about the East, goes to the East with Turkey taking Sev. It looks like there's probably some sort of deal here. They've taken it with a fleet, but if there's a deal, you would have expected Russia to pull the fleet off the board, and Tommy is playing Russia, so that hasn't happened. Yeah, Austria just charges into Munich because why not? You have so many units next to it. Even if you want to turn around and do something against someone else, you probably may as well just take this before Turkey walks into your stuff. Italy looks like they're biding their time, and they're not going further against France, which is great news for Nicholas, who gets his convoy straight up to Clyde, which was guaranteed. But he still doesn't have a guarantee on an English centre because Isaac has made a very solid defence, putting both of those units across, and now he gets to defend Liverpool because there's not a fleet in the Channel or the Irish Sea to counter that support that can be given from Wales. So, pretty good turn for France, pretty good turn for Turkey, but nobody has had it really work out ideally for them, I think, here.
Gosh, I'm struggling to see why, as Turkey, you don't just take the 3 Austrian dots right here. I'm struggling. There are such a dearth of armies. You know, Russia can't do anything about it. Italy can't do anything about it, and Austria is going to be pulling 3. I don't see why you don't do it. Who cares about Sev? If you lose Sev, you lose Sev. You're going to still build 3. You got to cover Ankara, so maybe you can only build 2 of the 3. But man, it's a tough. It would be a tough sell for me. Why I wouldn't do it.
I think I would take Bud and Sir, but support Italy into Greece.
Yeah, it's not bad either. I mean, the only issue, well, you can't take Bud and Sir and support Italy into Greece, right? You'd be taking Bud and Vienna is potentially coverable.
Sure you can. Rum to Sir, Gal to Bud. You just drop it to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rum to Sir, Gal to Bud. I'm sorry. You're correct. I apologize. Yeah.
Because you can't build 3 anyway, so you may as well make a friend if you're doing this.
Makes total sense to me. Yeah.
All right. Focus is on the Balkans. Does Micah take the aggressive approach that both of our analysts are proposing, or something else? The answer is not sure that one is the one that we would have seen coming. Michalis, talk us through it.
Well, it is the aggressive approach. It's the aggressive approach of, hey, why don't you just give me your dots instead of me take them without your agreement? Austria walks out of Greece in return for Warsaw. Sevastopol is kept. Turkey's still going +2 with only 2 spots to build them, but they've got a Austrian sort of janissary, sort of partner. Yeah, pretty good turn for Micah still. In the west, Germany recovers Munich and covers Berlin. So even though the spring went pretty badly for them, it's all worked out. They're in the North Sea. They've got play in Scandinavia. Yeah, they haven't taken anything this year. But because England, for some reason, did not make the correct play. Oh, no, it was a 50-50 on Edinburgh or Liverpool, and they guessed wrong. Yeah. So England did lose out to France. France gets to build again and is in a really, really good position now, especially with Italy going the other way. But Germany, because they built that 3rd fleet, it's not a dominant French position. It's a good French position, but Germany is still a factor in this game. And I think this goes back to what Adam was talking about last winter. If Germany hadn't built that 3rd fleet right now, there's just no mechanism to stop France rolling the entire West. It would be DB&I all over again, the France meta. They take out one Western power, they take out the other, they top the board, and Germany is very much in the way of that happening.
I want to point out one minor order that I think is a huge deal, which is St. Petersburg supports Norway.
Yeah.
That is such an interesting order, and it's so game-changing here, right? And I think it's such a smart move by Tommy. I know Tommy is in a very weak position here, and he's getting clobbered. But, I mean, to be able to work with England and see that is just an important thing to be doing in this position is really very insightful. I think it's the right move for him, and by preventing Germany from even having a hope of getting a build here, and keeping an ally for him in the north is just a big deal, because he's got to know that Germany is not going to be his friend in the long term in this game.
I agree. I think that's a pretty solid move from him. One thing that I've just done the maths on is, what do you think about Munich retreating to Silesia? Because I look at that and think, damn, wouldn't I really have wanted to rebuild that in Trieste right now?
It makes me think that this was agreed upon. The exchange of Greece and Bulgaria here.
I mean, you wonder though. I mean, was Austria predicting that Tunis was going to convoy up there, right? Maybe that was where that was going, and it was just a predicted bounce and let slip too much to Turkey, or I mean I don't know.
I
It
think
does seem.
the fact that Turkey supported Austria into Warsaw makes me think it's almost certainly agreed upon. But I'm just interested that Austria didn't pull Munich and rebuild that army, because they're even for the year and they're not building now that they've retreated to Silesia. But if you pulled that off, you could put it back and be in a much better position than you are right now.
Much better defensive position against Italy.
I mean, even offensive, you can then take Venice because Albania can cut Adriatic Sea. There's options for you.
Yeah, with the move to Adriatic Sea, it's probably it's tough.
All right, well, let's have a look at the adjustments. Tommy has to pull 2 here, making some tough decisions. Elsewhere, we've got Micah and Nicholas and France building. Let's see what we get. 2 fleets from Micah, finally sort of realizing that they need to do something in Mediterranean. And another fleet from Nicholas Lawton, who is definitely looking ahead to the possible naval confrontation with Germany or even with Italy. Tommy does not surprise. Well, is Tommy keeping the Northern Fleet a surprise, especially given that it's Tommy?
No,
I think you'd rather have 2 armies here, but pulling St. Petersburg, you probably can't safely get away with. So, yeah.
All right, well, let's push ahead here. Spring of 1904, orders in the box. Adam, tell us what you see.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac Silbert in England makes some good guesses, protects London, gets over to Clyde to put some pressure on Liverpool here. Ultimately, this is a lost position for Isaac, but I love that they're fighting this out, hoping they can extend their survival long enough for France and Germany to fight or something to change on the side of the board. I think perhaps most interesting is the Austrian moves, pulling back into Vienna and going up to Prussia, which is fairly interesting choice there. Otherwise, let's see. The Turks are getting those fleets out into the Med. I'm not sure I fully understand walking out of Sev into the Black. I guess you can retake that, so that's okay. But again, this looks all out AT against. I mean, for Turkey, it's wherever they can take dots, I guess. But they really have moved out of position to do anything against the Austrian, which is great news for Isaac Hughes.
Michalis, what do you make of Liverpool not supporting North into Eddie? Is that a surprise?
That very reminiscent of a support that Peter McNamara did not give Karthik Konath in DBNI this year, in a pretty similar position where France knows Germany is their next target and they are not overly keen to help Germany. But the fact that they've daisy-chained those fleets, it's another turn of wasted potential for France. And given Turkey is still growing, this game looks like a race between the two of them. And I question how many turns of wasted potential France can really afford at this stage. The most interesting move on this map to me is Ionian Sea to Tyrrhenian Sea.
Oh, yeah. I want to challenge what Michalis just said. Actually, I think this is Turkey's game to lose the top. I still think Micah is in golden position. I know she made some choices not to move in on the Austrian, which is something that we both proposed. But I mean, I think it's still working out for her. I think she's still looking at a lot of dots, and I think the opportunity to hit the Austrians may still be there later in the game. So, absolutely, maybe France and Germany are on the other side of that, but. I mean, a lot's got to change, I think, for me to be betting against Turkey in this game.
Oh, yeah. I think Turkey's got very much the better position, but I think France is the only other person I can credibly see topping. And for that to happen, they can't afford turns of wasted moves like Brest.
Yeah, the Brest to English to London is not great, right? You don't really want to see those kinds of things just bouncing back with no benefit. Better to just support yourself to Wales or something like that.
Or at least get the fleet to Mal or anything.
Yeah, sitting in Spain also is a bit of a wasted unit here. So for me, the attention this turn is back again on the east. Isaac and Micah can cooperate with each other to both take Moscow, retake Sev, and cover Romania. But this is another moment for Micah to make a declaration. Is she with Isaac in the AT or not?
You're not going to stab here. I mean, this is not a good position to be doing it. I think you're going to still try to push Isaac forward where you're getting the build, right? So maybe that's supporting Warsaw to Moscow, where you follow into Warsaw or something along those lines. You're not stabbing here. It's just not the position for it.
I think you can make a pretty good stab. You've still got probably the ability to walk into Budapest and Serbia. It's unlikely Austria covers against it, but I just question what the point at this stage would be. It's 1904. It's pretty early to go all against the rest of the board, and that's the sort of thing that can trigger a unifying alliance that France can mop up behind and top instead. So I think it's too soon to be stabbing Austria and going for that sort of I'm the biggest and I win right now move.
All right, let's find out.
You get Austrian support into the Ionian here. Yeah, exactly. You get the Austrian support into the Ionian here. You retake Sev. This is exactly okay. So we didn't retake Warsaw. We let Austria get a build here. I guess that's maybe something you have to do. I don't like Galicia to Romania. Oh, I guess you have to do Galicia to Romania to avoid to cut off the retreat for Sev. So that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I think this is all very reasonable play by the AT. You're giving Austria the build. They're going to put it in Trieste, so that's okay for you. I was going to say I actually quite liked that leaving Galicia thing, just because France is the only rival to Turkey, and France has got into London with German support. But by moving away from Germany in the centre, there's now room for Germany to actually defend against France, to do something against France. They have 3 fleets in the north and no one really left to actually attack with them. So there's room for cooperation with Germany, that if you were sort of sat around Tyrolia, Prussia, Galicia, that whole region, Germany's unlikely to take that offer, even if it's given to them. Man, this is tough builds. I think as Germany, you probably can't justify building a fleet here. So it's probably got to be an army. France, you could probably justify Fleet Marseille, Fleet Brest. Oh, that's really anti-German. That's really anti-German. Holy moly. Okay. Well, I mean, Germany hopefully knows what they got to do from this position, because there is no more anti-German movement build than that. Oh.
You think because it's a declaration of intent to try to win the north?
Why is that in Brest rather than Marseille? I mean, come on. I mean, there is no other message there. That is just very, very strongly anti-German. I think if you're Germany now, you've got to be flowing armies into Ruhr, into Holland, into Munich. That you have no choice, right, from this position. Maybe convoying into Yorkshire, all that stuff.
Right. Let's talk about Fleet Trieste. Michalis, you like it?
Yeah, too late for me. Turkey's already in Ionian Aegean. What are you giving to the alliance? Austria, it's too late to be a fleet power. You're really hoping to take Venice and stuff like that, and
that is a fantastic build for Micah. It is fantastic. Yeah. I mean, wow. It is a terrible build for Isaac. I mean, it is that is not what you want here. I mean,
it could well be a diplomatic thing that Micah saying that Austria was getting a build because of Micah's support. It's like, right, happy to give you Moscow, so you're building, but you've got to build a fleet.
Oof.
All right, let's see what they do with it. Back into 1905, Michalis, you are calling these orders out. Tell us what you see.
So it is not a declaration of war against Germany yet. I'm going to send a couple of units down to the Med to come up to Tyrolia, because Germany, you definitely want me in Tyrolia, honest. You don't know why you want me in Tyrolia, but you want me in Tyrolia. I can assure you it's only good for you. And the rest of my units are all going to work together to kill that English army, because that English army is the most threatening unit on the board, and it's really, really vital that we take it off the board right now, Germany. So yeah, that's the West. Germany is going along with France for now. We'll see whether that actually pays off. The East, meanwhile, well, that second fleet let them piff Adriatic Sea. So, well, hey, Austria will probably get Venice now. it's just a good turn for France and a good turn for Turkey.
It's worth pointing out too that France is actually topping this board currently.
Yeah.
Again, we're in 1905. Turkey can take some Italian centers before they do anything against Austria, or they can keep working with Austria as a minor power the whole game and still top, I think. So I continue again. I thought there was some opportunity earlier in the game for Turkey to move on Austria. I don't think you do it right now. I mean, they're too useful to you, right? I thought Warsaw to Livonia is kind of interesting. Rather than going to Silesia or something like that. That strikes me. That's interesting. I don't know what quite to make of it.
I would think that's the diplomatic pitch the AT were pitching to Germany. Fight France. France is scary. All I'm going to do with this is go after Russia.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are nutso moves by Germany, and I think we're going to see some interesting moves by Nicholas at some point. Maybe it's the fall, or maybe it's next year. I don't know, but I mean, they certainly don't look like they're setting up to attack, to go to the south. I mean, and I mean, from this position, you're so ingrained in the north. You really probably should be staying up there.
All right, let's find out if Nicholas agrees. And the answer is
we're daisy chaining. Why are we daisy chaining, man?
Oh, but we do have some excitement right here.
That's a daisy chain that works out quite nicely.
Yeah.
Gets into Trieste. The rest of the moves are sort of everything is bounced everywhere, but yeah.
That's a tough day at the office if you're Isaac Yekis.
Oof. That's horrible.
I mean, that's game ending for Austria, because now the only way to defend the Austrian centers is for Turkish units to move into them, and once those Turkish units move into them, they're not moving back out. That's a death knell for Isaac Dukes. Germany, it's paid off for now, I guess. I mean, they're going to be in position to take St. Petersburg for themselves, which they're only 2 behind France at the moment. And if France and Turkey do get pinned fighting each other, they're 3 behind. But if France and Turkey do get pinned fighting each other and this ends up a game that tops on around 9 centers, that is how Germany could top from this position. So maybe this doesn't go horribly for them. I still question whether those 3.5 fleets in the north are actually good for Germany, but...
All right, let's have a look at some builds here. We've got 2 armies, which feels right for Nicholas. He does the nice thing though and puts it in the second one in Brest rather than in Paris. So
it can convoy to Belgium, right?
Trying to appear friendly to Nicholas. Okay, so it sounds like you guys are both think that Nicholas should just hit Germany here and guarantee a board top.
Yes.
I mean, like you say, 2 armies is the right move, but if you're actually fighting in the south, is 2 armies the right move? Should you not be building a fleet in Marseille? You don't especially want to build yet another fleet, but if you're actually going to take Italian dots instead of just sort of prop them up against the Turk, you need more fleets in them in. You need to be able to move them in pretty quickly.
I would argue that you actually don't want to take Italian dots, that you just want to prop them up against the Turk. That's actually what you want to do here, I think.
Yeah, in which case you're going after Germany for your dots.
Yeah, but I mean, putting an army in Piedmont is certainly not a bad thing to do.
Or you don't need to put it in Piedmont. You can support yourself to Burgundy. You probably don't need to support yourself there. You probably can go to Piedmont. But, I mean, you actually want to be propping the Italians here. You can't get those dots, or you can't hold them. You haven't committed enough down there. Your dots are coming from the north. Your dots are Holland and Denmark and Norway and stuff like that at this point.
All right, let's see if Nicholas agrees. And the answer is no. Nicholas, Adam, why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wrong, and again, I'm speaking through a position of not understanding the diplomatic situation on the board, and clearly Nicholas does not agree. The French and the Germans are sticking together, and the French are making an aggressive move south. They're going to North Africa again. This time, not daisy chaining themselves. They're going to North Africa, which is guaranteed, so they can slide all the fleets down, which is a reasonable and effective way to do it if that's what you choose to do. They are going up to Burgundy, which is kind of interesting, but they get into Piedmont. They are getting knocked out of Trieste into Budapest. Yeah, I mean, what's most interesting to me is that well, Micah chooses to go to Greece and Aegean rather than risking losing Ionian. Of course, now they have lost Ionian. They're sitting alone in Tunis and can't hold it. Yeah, really interesting. I mean, the East is it's still Micah's oyster, but I think she has some other things to deal with here.
Yeah, it's going to be like that French army isn't really piffable yet,
No.
in a way that doesn't involve pulling everything back in another direction. So it's going to live again in another center. It's going to continue to annoy. I'm still not entirely sure this is great for France, but France is probably getting Tunis because Italy is more annoyed at Turkey. So yeah, mate, if Turkey can't get anything because they're too busy containing French units, France will top this board.
Why did Apulia not get did Apulia not get attacked last turn? No. Oh, I see. It didn't get attacked because the Italians were supporting themselves to prevent something happened there. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think this is a tactical mistake because Rome was not under threat.
Yeah, Rome can just piff. They can just try to piff Apulia right here.
Oh, but Naples is technically under threat. But if you're hitting both Ionian and Apulia, then it's not. So that would
actually, and it's actually wouldn't be terrible for Micah to get that unit piffed at this point, right? Because now you may have an Italian fleet at some point getting behind your lines or getting out of your way. So.
All right, let's have a look at some fall 1906 orders. And Adam, you are still on.
Oh, fascinating. So the French support the Italians back into Venice, which is a successful attack because they cut all kinds of stuff. So they bounce Trieste. They actually do get piffed here, but it costs a lot for the other side, right? You have the Turks taking Ionian. You have the French keeping Trieste in spite of everything. I mean, it takes a lot of units to do that. And you got St. Petersburg getting down into Livonia, so they're now threatening things. But most importantly, France continues their push down south. And I think that's the most meaningful thing right here, right, is that they have not made a feint here. They are actually going south. This FG is basically there for life at this point. I mean, there's really not a lot that France can do. They can pivot. I mean, they're +2 here. They're at 11 units. They, in theory, can probably put some armies down or put another fleet in Brest and justify that fleet Brest army Paris and then go after the Germans here. But I don't think it's going to happen based on what we've seen so far.
I think it's really interesting that Italy pulled Ionian Sea there. They didn't retreat to Eastern Med, which is what the I'm a French Janissary thing probably would do. So they're rebuilding it because they got Venice, and now Italy can switch sides and they can say, hey, Turkey, prop me up against France, and I'm going to try and survive on 3 centers for the rest of this game. And there's a pretty credible case for Turkey going, yes, I should definitely do that.
All right,
they did piff the French army, which was quite clever the way they did it. It did mean that they didn't take Trieste, but that doesn't matter so much. They've got it off the map, and yeah, this is... If Micah's going to race France, she's still got just about enough centers in reach.
But the time for making a move is now. Army Ankara is a tough place to make a move from. In the west, we get Nicholas putting down that fleet Brest that could go either way here. And that is where the game ends. So... Nicholas Lawton ends up with an 11 center board top, which is a pretty good score in these days of VDL. We have Turkey and Germany. That's Micah Blom and Michael Saxton tying with at second place at 8. And they both pick up 55 points from that. Guys, is this the right result? Adam, first to you.
I'm certainly taking this if I'm France, right? I've basically said I'm not attacking Germany. I kind of put myself in a position not really to effectively do that. I mean, yeah, I can go up to Ruhr and all that kind of stuff from this position if I really want to. But if I've made the decision that that's not what I'm going to do in this game, I'm not getting a whole lot more, right? So this is about right for me. If I keep playing, I'm risking Turkey getting some more and potentially threatening my board top if they go into taking like Serbia and Trieste and Vienna and all that kind of stuff. So I'm taking it. And I think the only one who really has a strong case or any case to probably continue might be Turkey. And if they're not really into trying to make that play. This seems very reasonable to me.
Nicholas?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, France won this game diplomatically by getting Germany to believe that even though they were making builds that looked terrible for Germany, they wouldn't come after them, and they were honest, and they didn't come after them, and it worked out for them. That turn where they slipped into Trieste tactically broke the East, and they didn't recover the momentum from that. And again, that's also sort of why France has won it. Yes, Turkey could theoretically rival them for around 11 centres. It would involve Austria probably throwing dots to them in the final year on timed game. It's doable, but maybe you don't want to break that cred with your ally or ask for that, or Austria's not interested and you don't want to stab. Because if Austria's not on board, it's really hard to take those dots in a safe way as well.
All right, well, let's congratulate Nicholas Lawton on this board top. And if I can bring up how this affects his place in the standings, I will do that. I believe this puts him into... was he on the first page then? Let's see. Yep, nice. There it is. Brings him all the way up to 10th place.
That's great.
So
nice.
It's a nice big move. I didn't see where he started, actually, but it definitely was on the second page.
I think he was on about 14th or 15th before.
All right, with that, let us head on over to the other game that was played in that first round of VDL. The first time, again, we've had 2 games in those 2 rounds, in that first round. In Austria, we have Jelte Kuiper out of the Netherlands. In England, we have Finn Wright. I know where he was playing when I forgot. Rano Veski in France, our lone Estonian player. Welcome back, Rano. In Germany, we've got Simon Lumba. I don't know where Simon is playing from, or if I pronounced the last name properly. Italy is Gary Sturley out of Macclesfield in the UK. Gary is an organizer of the Tour of Britain, and it's great to see him playing competitively on a board. In Russia, we've got Bradley Grace, who is quickly becoming well-known name on the tour, and he is also in the UK. And in Turkey, we have a person of note, Jamal Blackerly out of Canberra, Austria, the recently crowned World Diplomacy Champion out of Bangkok. Great to see Jamal playing in the Virtual Diplomacy League. This is Jamal's first virtual game of the year, and it does make him eligible for the DBNI, which hopefully he is planning to play. So
I can confirm that's why he was playing this. We were talking shortly before he played this round. So yes, that's what he was looking to check off.
Very good. Well, welcome to the DBNI party, Jamal. Look forward to seeing you there. Okay, then. Do any quick comments on this lineup here, Adam?
Well, I mean, you've got to love the East here, right? I mean, you've got a world champion in Jamal. You've got Bradley Grace, who I believe has either won or come close to winning a whole bunch of virtual stuff. You've got Jelte, who's been an up-and-coming player, has had some great results. And you got Gary Sturley, who has a lot of experience and organizer. I'm so excited for that. I don't want to poo-poo the interesting folks in the West, but I'm so excited to watch the East here.
All right, Adam, we're going to give you a first call on the orders here. And here are Spring of 1901. Tell us what you see.
Okay. Well, I have to start in the East since I just made those comments, but there's absolutely nothing interesting happening there. We've got bounces in the Black Sea. We've got bounces in Galicia. We've got Smyrna going to Syria, go Jamal, instead of going to Ankara, just popping down there. We have Italy up into Tyrolia, which is always a great place to be for Italy. Gives you lots of people to talk to and lots of things to talk about. In the West, we have the beautiful bounce in the English Channel. We have no insights into whether that was something that was arranged or a demilitarized zone that they both violated or what, but that's always fun to see. And Germany moving pretty standard up into Denmark and Ruhr and Kiel.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I think there's an argument to be made that there should be more bounces in the English Channel, that English Channel should be viewed more like the Black Sea is in the East, where they bounce there. And this may be one of the things that could help negate the France meta. let's pick up the pace here. We'll move ahead into the fall, and then we'll give Michaelis a chance to comment at the end of the year. Adam, tell us what you see.
Okay, so we do not see a follow up into the English Channel bounce, and this is pretty typical for what you would see with North now going to Norway. So the election not to convoy up there and anger the Russians. Instead, the French go for the just take the bills in Spain and Belgium. No bounce from the Germans because they protect Munich. No bounce in Sweden. They actually support the Russians in for a little bit of goodwill. But now you have Jamal going up to Armenia. I think that's probably the move of interest, along with Ankara going to Khan rather than the Black Sea. Totally a fascinating choice on Jamal's choice, keeping the Russians honest while staying out of the Black Sea.
This is a very Australian year by Jamal. Andrew Goff loves that opening to Syria. The move to Armenia is a trust but verify move. I'm DMZing the Black Sea, but if you slip in, I'm going to have threat on Sevastopol. Yeah, this is a pretty nice year, I think, for him. For the English Channel bounce, I tend to find that often that's really bad for Germany. It seems counterintuitive that, hey, you've got England and France fighting each other in the Channel, you should be in a great position. But I tend to find that what it does is because it's so massively negates either of their surprise attacks on each other, that they then go, well, there's no point continuing this, and there's only one turn in, so there's no point. There's not as much bad blood. It's not as much forced to unwind. So instead, they go, all right, cool, this didn't work. Let's just go and do an EF, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens now.
I'm honestly going to completely agree with you, Michaelis. I think, just from my own experience, I've had bounces in the English channels millions of times, and I think most of them end up as EFs either immediately or pretty quickly afterwards. So I think you're absolutely right. Definitely would be worried here as Germany.
It's an interesting theory. It's like the lack of cooperation in spring of 1901 makes it easier to cooperate in fall of 1901 and going forward. It's an interesting argument. Let's push ahead into the winter here. Calling out the builds, we've got 2 fleets from Raunoveski in France, which is always fascinating. Could go either way. In Germany, we've got the nice sort of keep your option open builds with Fleet Kiel, Army Munich. Bradley also keeps his options open in Russia with 2 army builds. In the south, Jamal looks like he's choosing RT, and the rest of the builds I think are straightforward. Let's move on forward into the spring of 1902. And Michaelis, you are up for the play-by-play.
All right. So the South looks like a pretty standard RT versus AI setup. Turkey pulls out into the Aegean Sea. Italy gets in a position where they could convoy. Although with that army sitting in Armenia and very easy to cover Syria, that's the reason why Andrew Goff loves that opening so much. It blocks the Lepanto convoy to Syria, and that is very much on the table here. There is, of course, an attack on Bulgaria to potentially worry about, but you can't defend everything as Turkey. In the West, not an EF by the looks of it. It looks like it's an FG, with Germany moving on England, France and England for the second spring in a row, bouncing the English Channel. This time, instead of 1 versus 1, it's 2 versus 2, because, yeah, anything you can do, I can do better. And I'm quite surprised by Bradley's moves here. I think going to Finland is a really strange move from St. Petersburg, and given that he seemingly had quite a friendly Germany in the autumn who supported him into Sweden, was potentially worried about England, I'm surprised he didn't build a fleet in the north coast of St. Petersburg and just go straight for Norway here. And this almost looks like he's setting up to actually attack Germany next, which is a strange move from this position.
It is peculiar, especially because St. Petersburg is now open, so taking Norway isn't really an effective
the Finland move suggests to me that he didn't trust the Germans not to go down to Baltic, and I think that he was just setting up to potentially support himself in Sweden in the fall. I don't see any other reason why you would do that here, and I think it's a reasonable move if you're expecting that.
All right, let's push ahead into the fall of 1902. Michaelis, tell us what you think, what you see.
He was setting up to attack Germany next. He drops into Baltic, and looks like this is now an ER that are going off to Germany. And given that England's made the correct guess on defending North Sea this turn, and has got straight into Skagerrak, this is quite a powerful ER. This is a really solid position for them against Germany. France has got into the channel, but for the moment, you can shrug your shoulders and say, so what? It's not a terrible threat yet. It will be soon, but if you can get something off Germany quicker, you can probably deal with that. The East is still this sort of AI versus RT scenario, but this turn it's RT who get the better of the tactics. They make the correct guess everywhere. Don't lose a GNC, don't lose Bulgaria, and gain Galicia. So really nice turn for the RT.
Yeah, Romania was the weak point there, and Austria didn't sniff it out. Adam, what do you got?
How do you succeed in this game as Russia? You have an ally in the north. It doesn't matter. It can be England, it can be Germany, but it needs to be one of them. Bradley's doing it right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now St. Petersburg is now inaccessible, which is a lovely place to be.
This is beautiful diplomacy, right? We didn't understand the move to Finland. We're not privy to the diplomacy. This is beautiful diplomacy by Bradley. He had this worked out and he played it gorgeously. This is how you succeed as Russia.
Now, the only player who had any adjustment, the only dot that changed hands was Portugal, which was picked up by France. France puts down another fleet in the north, so going all in on the naval battle.
Yep.
Let's move forward and see what we got. Spring of 1903. Adam, you are up.
Yeah, so you have Rano going into the Irish Sea, into the North Atlantic Ocean, setting themselves up to take Liverpool right now, which is what you do. You also have the England, the Germans taking the North Sea, but the Russians working with the English to take Denmark. Interestingly enough, they walk right into Kiel. They won't keep it, but that's kind of interesting. They're moving Baltic to Kiel to make sure that England can take Denmark in this position. So then in the other side of the board, wow, the Italian moves are really interesting and strange, going up to the Adriatic. And back to the Ionian, clearly saw that they weren't going to get much out of the attack on Turkey, but really a strange choice, honestly, without getting something out of this, like being given Greece or something along those lines. I really question Gary's decision here.
Yeah, and the other problem for turning around and attacking Austria here is you've still got that army stuck stranded in Tunis. You'd far rather have got that back somewhere useful first and then turned on Italy, on Austria rather.
Well, let's see if Gary is going to get something out of this, even temporarily, or if it really was a quick feint by the RT. And the answer is does get something temporarily. Adam, talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, so what he gets is Trieste. He gets the convoy all the way up to Trieste because the Turks cut Serbia and the Russians cut both Vienna and Budapest. So this was a guaranteed attack. So they do get something out of it over that long convoy. Where does this put them in the long run? Unless they know who they're working with in the long term, whether that's Russia or Turkey, maybe they're just temporarily holding Trieste for one of them. On the west side of the board, as I said, Russia does not keep Kiel, but interestingly finds themselves in the Helgoland Bight, which is a super interesting place to be when you're Russia and it's 1903. They also take Norway, seeing that England is pretty much going to be on the fritz here. I guess that's something you can do, or maybe it was agreed with England that they would go there to prevent Germany from moving there, so cutting off the retreat. Actually, that's probably what's actually happening here, since it looks like England was supporting themselves there. And France takes Liverpool, continues to advance. I mean, the kind of the usual stuff. So actually, that probably was an agreed upon move for Russia to Norway, and that works out really well for Bradley.
I think it's notable that both Russia and Turkey there made moves that guaranteed Gary got that convoy into Trieste. They cut Vienna, they cut Budapest, they cut Serbia. They just cut everything to help Gary there. And that probably bodes quite well for Gary. That's a huge diplomatic win to have both of them bending that far over backwards to help him. But also, Jamal moves that fleet not into a GNC, not hostile to Gary. It just slides into Constantinople. And on a turn where Bradley's had a bit of a reverse in the south because Austria did take Romania, that was the price of doing all those cuts. You couldn't defend Rum. Maybe this can turn around into an IT from here.
Yeah, or are Bradley and Jamal just going to cut Gary out now that they've broken up the AI? Right, like that's the risk you run if you're Gary. But you can see the argument. It's either stagnation on one side or a shot at something bigger here. All right, and the adjustments, we get a fleet in Rome, which honestly is the last thing I expected out of Gary. Surely that was negotiated with the RT. Very deft negotiations in that case.
It's definitely negotiated with that Turkish build,
which does not happen. Excellent. In Germany, we get another fleet, this one in Berlin, and Finn chooses the poison of the loss of Edinburgh.
We should point out that Germany got that build because they elected to disband Fleet North Sea rather than retreat to Norwegian or Skag.
Well, and they were given Belgium, presumably that was arranged.
And they were given Belgium for the loss of Denmark.
Yeah.
I actually like that disband. It's generally good to stay more compact, and certainly being in Belgium helps them do that.
With a Russian you don't have a Russian ally. Yeah, it's the right thing to do. Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1904, McCallus, you are up on the play-by-play.
All right, so the East is everyone is still on board. Kill Yelty. I'm not sure what Yelty's done to deserve it, but everyone is going, hey, there's some Austrian dots. I'll walk into them. Rum falls to the Russian, Serbia falls to the Turk, all in a way that doesn't really give a big clue on who's actually going where next. Turkey definitely looks more like they're setting up to go after Russia than they are to go after Italy at this stage. That second fleet being in the Black Sea is now no threat whatsoever to Ionian Sea. Yes, you can drop the fleet that you've got in pocket at any moment and go after it, but it's slow. Quite a good time to be pulling away from Italy as well, because it gives them full room to deal with this single French raider that slid into Western Med.
Well, we seem to.
I do very much love that that move in the west of Norway going straight to Edinburgh, convoyed by the English, because you need to cover Edinburgh, sort of. I mean, it's a fleet in Liverpool at the moment, but England is a very pliable janissary.
All right, let's see what happens here with the rest of the Austrian centers. You know, if Bradley can get through this year and get 2 builds, he definitely back in business. Fall of 1904, McCallus, tell us what you see.
Still an RIT. Still Rum goes straight into Bud. This time it's supported by the Italian and by the Turk. There's a bounce in Rum behind, but that could be agreed because Austria is now... This is an Eastern quadruple at this stage, with Austria going into Munich, supported by the Russians as a janissary. They get to keep 2 of those armies. No, they get to keep all 3 of those armies because of the Rum bounce. So yeah, this could well be an agreement between Russia and Turkey to do that. Meanwhile, Italy has seen that French raider and gone, I'm going to use your French raider to go completely around you and get 2 onto Marseille, get next to Spain. I don't really care that you're in Tyrrhenian Sea, even though I'm not building, because sure, this is better growth, but you're probably going to get into one of my dots.
All right,
the
Adam.
West,
sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
But the West, they're just cleaning up the remnants of England.
All right, Adam. Who in the West is going, oh God, more?
I mean, you know, France, everything's coming up France here, right? I mean, that's what happens in these kinds of games. So, you know, I mean, you're not loving having the Italians after you in that kind of weird, awkward Southern position. And I'm not quite sure what you're going to do from this position. You have to think about, you're going to build an army in Marseille, I guess, but it's super awkward. I think you're not loving that, but the rest of the West is also kind of crap. I mean, it's just, you know, this is all an Eastern game. Honestly, it's really good for Turkey from this position because they just have the corner and they have no one against them.
Yeah, this just feels like this game is spelled RT to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd actually argue that the Western power that was most happy with how that year went was England.
Right.
England?
What does England keep? It's got to be North, right? Or maybe Denmark to keep up the fight against Germany.
Yeah, they're still hostile to Germany. You keep Denmark.
Yeah. All right. And they do keep Denmark. Bradley puts down a northern fleet and an army, and Jamal has 2 to build, only drops 1. Interestingly, an army, right? So we'll see. We'll see how far west Jamal ends up. I think that's for me one of the questions.
I think one of the things that's really hard because of because of Turkey's corner position. I think waving builds is really a hard thing to do for Turkey. I'm not going to question what Jamal is doing here because I think he's a world champion caliber player and has a plan. But it can be really costly to wave builds as Turkey in general. So I would just caution those out there who think this is in general a great idea around it, because Turkey, your units are just so far from the action and it takes so long to get them into position. So again, I'm sure Jamal has a plan here and knows exactly what he's doing. But I think, for me personally, wave builds when I'm playing Turkey, I want to get those units into play.
I don't know. Honestly, it feels to me like Jamal is on a surfboard right now. Just like
everybody loves him, right? So you can get away. You can get away with it. You don't need the units because everybody's your friend. So why not?
All right, let's push forward here. In spring of 1905, back to you, Adam, on the play-by-play.
Sure. I mean, Jamal sets up the conga line here, which works perfectly. So his armies are all advanced here. Italy is. I can't. What is Leon convoying Piedmont to Spain?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that. I mean, it makes some sense to give that a shot, but I mean, this continues just kind of the Eastern powers just pushing west. Jamal's got to do something at some point. I'm not sure what that is, but he's got to do something, whether that's taking out Trieste or whatnot. You can already see that Bradley is taking Romania and Vienna because why not, right? I mean, Austria is not really doing that much that's useful. In the West, it looks like France is trying to get maybe one fleet back around so they can get it down to Mao. I don't know why Liverpool went to Edinburgh. I'm assuming that was just a joke. No, they don't bounce the North Sea. Russia gets the North Sea because England is still like, hey, Russia, you've been working with me. I'm going to keep helping you as long as you leave me alive. And Russia's like, great, I'll keep you a fleet up there because that's an extra fleet for me.
I appreciate fleet Liverpool to Edinburgh because it feels like something I might order.
Yeah, why not? Why the hell not, right? You're not going to move it because you don't want Edinburgh to Liverpool, so why not?
All right, let's look at some orders in fall of 1905. Adam, tell us what you see.
Yeah, I think Italy sniffed out the fact that they are no longer they're persona non grata in the RTI alliance. They're the odd person out, and indeed they lose Trieste. They're trying to send some units the other way. And France also realizes that Italy realizes this. They cover themselves, but also recognize that they don't really need to do a whole lot. I think it's interesting, if they did know what was going on, that they choose to just basically hold in Western Med rather than go to Tunis. I think that's probably a good choice to keep Italy on your side if you're France in this situation, right? You don't want to be having to pull all your fleets back to then start holding out from the Turks. In the West, I can't tell what the hell's going on in Germany, but there's a lot of X's, and it looks like this was not a good turn for Germany. So I'll just sort of leave it at that. England gets their revenge. Well played, England. But clearly Bradley wasn't fully trusting the English because they felt the need to cover Sweden instead of going up to Norwegian, something that would have been much more useful to do with that unit.
Yeah, it's a funny cover too because it's not like England can use the build anywhere.
I guess maybe they want to go to Baltic, but they don't need to be there. So I don't know why they're doing that.
I'm with you. But otherwise, this is a really well orchestrated set of tactics here that guarantees Austria, to have 2 units at the end of this. The key here is North going to Holland and getting Denmark to do the right thing. Michaelis, over to you. What are your thoughts on 1905?
So when Russia first slid that fleet into Rum in spring, I did look at that and go, there's a good case for just piffing that right now if the RT is what you can do going forward, and that's what they've done. Jamal is building 4 here, which is always exciting as Turkey in 1905. Oh, he's only building 3. I must have miscounted something.
Picks up 2, has 1 in the bank. That's all.
He did, yeah. He did build 1 unit last turn. Yeah, I think this was a sensible turn from Italy. Like once the Spain and Marseille attack hadn't worked, they were just waiting to be stabbed from behind and turning back. gives you a hope of defending against that. I love the play that England, Russia, and Austria have done to put Austria up into Kiel here in 1905. I did say that bounces in the English Channel are rarely good for Germany. I didn't think that it would be Austria and Russia getting their dots out of it, though.
All right, let's push ahead here. Bradley drops another Northern fleet. Presumably it's headed for Norwegian, North Atlantic, that area. 2 more armies. We get 3 fleets from Jamal, which surely is, I guess, good for the RT. Yeah, I think so.
That is the most pro-Russian set of builds they could have made. I mean, honestly, like any armies down there, if you're Russia, you are really worried about what Turkey's going to do. So that's super pro-RT. I'm actually surprised that they built that Jamal built the fleet in Ankara rather than just waving one of them for right now. But maybe they just want to, at this point, get those units out as quickly as possible.
And also, I mean, if you're Jamal, what is your incentive to stab at this point? And, unless you really want to go for a big score.
Well, if you're going for a big score, I mean, you can see at least 3 Russian dots in this game, right? And then potentially still get some of the Italian ones. So it's not a, you're at 8, get to 11 or 12. It's not completely outrageous that you can get there by 1908, 1909.
If you're going to stab Russia for the top, Vienna and Budapest are what you're going to need to take from them. And if you're going to do that, you're going to need Russia to be comfortable to be moving armies in the other direction. I think if Turkey keeps waving or keeps putting more armies down, there's probably going to be a Russian army that slides to Gao just to make everything safe. And this is the way to keep all the Russian units going other way.
Yeah, and I fully agree, and I think this is the right thing to do if you're continuing to roll the RT. I think it's great, and I think Jamal's got a lot of room to make gains just from Italy. Actually, he doesn't necessarily need immediately to get any gains from Russia.
If Jamal does want a big board top, though, it isn't the time now. He can't wait for Russia to get any bigger, right? Because then he won't be able to overtake Russia. Do you agree with that or disagree?
What's Russia getting right now? I think you can probably wait at least another year. I think you want to get Russia a bit out of position, and you want those armies committed somewhere into Germany, somewhere further away from you, because the dots that Jamal has to take from Russia to win this game are not the German dots. They're not the Scandinavian dots. It's Vienna, Budapest, Sevastopol, plus a couple of Italian dots. And for that, you want as many units moving away from those positions as possible.
All right, let's see how it works out. And this is Michalis. You are up.
And you've still got Turkish armies moving forward, which is good. You've got the fleets all getting out because Italy's gone and prioritised the Adriatic Sea. France has sort of come to help in Piedmont and Tyrrhenian Sea, whether Rauno slides in and takes stuff for himself or not. I've definitely seen him do that in the past, so it wouldn't shock me if he did it again here. And yeah, Bradley also just all units moving forward. England hilariously gets to move to the Helderland Bight and finds a way to move forward with their 1 unit on this board. Turns out that Germans' misery isn't quite finished yet from the English.
I think you would have liked to have seen Sweden move to Skagerrak here, but otherwise, I'm with you. All right.
So the only move that I was puzzled about there was Burgundy to Picardy. I don't understand why you do that there. Maybe you want to be in Ruhr, but I don't think you want to be in Picardy unless you're actually going to try to take Belgium or something.
All right, Michalis, talk us through fall of 1906.
Yep, the English, the Austrians and the Russians bounce in Denmark so that the English can support the Russians into North Sea. Great, love it. Why not? I think that Germany's use to France has sort of run out, and I don't see a reason why France wouldn't go and take Belgium right now. So sure, I think that's why they went to Picardy. In the east, it's just more units moving up. Italy does make a correct guess to stop the daisy chain in the center there, but it's still all bad news for Italy. France hasn't stabbed them yet, but it's probably sooner or later they're going to walk into Tunis, even if it's the final year of the game. There's not going to be a reason at that point not to do it. Yeah, not a huge amount happening. It's just RT getting better position this year.
Is the Italians supporting the French into the Ionian there, or are they supporting themselves?
The French.
They're supporting the French. And so what happens? Why is Ionian not dislodged?
Can't dislodge yourself.
Right.
Oh, it's because of self-dislodgement. I see, because he's supporting it. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. All right. So there were no adjustments in 1906. That takes us into spring of 1907. And Adam, back to you on the play-by-play.
Okay, a whole lot of nothing exciting in the east. Really, just supports and feudal attacks. The Turks do get that last fleet out, but not much movement there. In the west, however, we get another Russian army into England, which is quite fascinating, and we get another French army into England. So we now have two Russian armies, one French army, and then a whole lot of fleets surrounding that. What's kind of most interesting, though, is the Germans walking out of Belgium, allowing the Russian fleet in the North Sea to walk into Belgium while Holland moves into the North Sea. Helgoland moves to Holland. The Germans are eliminated, even though they got the North Sea, and England lives another day in Holland.
Not dead yet. We still have the fall 1907 orders to ring up.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at them. See if Germany makes it another year. He does.
They get back into Belgium because the Russians move themselves, retake North Sea from there, which is, I guess, a sensible thing to do.
I think we have to actually give a big shout out to the French and German tactics this year. I think the last couple of years they've been sort of outfoxed by Bradley, by Austria, by England, but that trapping the Russians in Belgium, it took them out of a really good position and gave the Germans the North Sea. And as a result, Russia has lost Edinburgh. They've had to pull back to Norway. That spring actually went catastrophically bad for Bradley in terms of his northern position. And Germany is somehow still on two centres because they've got Edinburgh with support.
I don't understand these Russian moves. Why are they not just double supporting Edinburgh? In which case they can hold it.
It's a guess. It's a guess whether Norway or Edinburgh is going to be the focus of the attack from North Sea, and they guess wrong.
Whether Norway, they want to cover Norway. I mean, sure, I guess so, but
I think you probably don't care about Norway if it's just a German fleet that's there. But there was the outside possibility of convoying Wales into Norway, which would have been like really, really bad. And maybe after being outfoxed in spring, they're a bit scrabbling for position after that.
Gosh. Okay.
All right. The net result. So there was this one little move down here. Serbia goes to Budapest. A peculiarity here because Turkey doesn't really have anything else to do, right? They can't build another fleet that gets them anything, and another army only helps them against Russia. So clearly, Russia wasn't expecting to lose a second dot here and have to pull one, but it's peculiar, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about. Turkey has plenty to do. There's a whole lot of Russian dots for them to take, so, especially while Russia's your ally. And if you can take the dots of your ally and they're not your enemy, that's a lot better than having to stab and all of that. So kudos to Jamal here.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that what the argument or negotiation actually went was that, hey, Bradley, I don't want you building again and pulling free ahead of me, so I've got to take something from you. And Bradley's gone, all right, you can take Budapest, and then the West has gone pretty poorly, and all of a sudden, instead of Bradley still being 2 ahead, they're tied, and Bradley's pulling a unit. And yes, he's got Clyde, which is easy to pull, but that also is sort of the end of his northern offensive.
All right, let's see how they deal with this.
Gal's got to go. Yeah, of course it's Gal.
Jamal, there's a good case to be made for Jamal waving here in the RT. So this adds some nice spice to this game. Let's move forward and see what happens. Spring of 1908, and McCullis, I believe you are on the play-by-play here.
I mean, I'm of the opinion at this point that if Jamal wants the top, Jamal will get the top, because that's an incredible position now. But Bradley does get to walk into Kiel because they're still pushing Austria forward as a janissary. Austria forces Burgundy for amusement reasons, and Austria will get a walk into Paris in the spring of 1908 because France has chosen now to attack Germany after helping them last turn, but it's clearly because negotiations have broken down because Germany's pulled Belgium to Picardy. But at the same time, France is still defending Edinburgh, which means that even though the French and German attack hasn't all gone together, They've still got to worry about Russia getting into North Atlantic as well. Yeah, I mean, this is a terrible turn for France. Terrible turn for France. Pretty good turn for Russia.
This is
All right,
so
let's-
bad. This is so bad for France, and it's actually terrible for Italy as well because now Piedmont has to pull back to Marseille, which means Italy can now take Venice. I mean, this is just hideous for Rauno. That was not a good turn.
All right, Michalis, tell us about fall of 1908.
So spring was a great turn for Russia. Autumn wasn't. Nothing they do works. They don't take Edinburgh, even though this time France wasn't defending it because their relation broken down. They try a clever convoy into Belgium, except it's not clever because France decided to defend Belgium, probably hoping that Germany and Austria would bounce each other in Paris, but that didn't happen. But France at least covers Marseille. Russia gets to walk into mid-Atlantic, but France has taken Tunis because this was the time to take Tunis. There was no longer any reason not to do it. You needed to take it, so fair enough there. Which is just more good news for Jamal, who gets Venice because, as you said, France couldn't use Piedmont to defend it anymore. Gets the Ionian Sea because France couldn't use it to defend it anymore. And gets to move up to Romania because, hey, Bradley, this isn't hostile. I need to be here. I'm coming up to Galicia to help you in your fight against Germany and Belgium. I'll be there in a couple years. Yeah, this is a really, really good turn again for Jamal.
All right, so here we are, winter 1908. We'll put up the builds here. Jamal puts down another army, and Rauno and France puts down another army. Adam, I'm gonna come to you. How big of a board top does Jamal have here if he wants it?
I mean, this game's probably only going to go to 1910, maybe 1911, right? So, I mean, if he wants to get to 13, 14 centers, I think there's probably a shot at him doing that if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he can get much beyond that in that amount of time. If the game goes on beyond, the game is time unlimited. I think it's hard to solo unless the other side of the board really screws up. But I mean, the way things are going, I mean, anything would be possible, right? But
All
I
right,
mean,
so let me ask the question a different way. So these games are time limited. They usually run about 10 years max. Is there any argument for Jamal not to move on Bradley here, just based on the in-game considerations?
No, I mean,
not on the in-game considerations, no.
Well,
Okay.
whatever you're doing here, you've got probably 16 centers if you convoy straight to Sev, which gets you a walk into Moscow. I know Norway can come back, so it's not quite, but Russia is in a horrible position because they didn't get Belgium or Edinburgh last turn. Like, this Russian position would be transformed with that one build right now because they'd have enough to. Yeah, they couldn't cover Sev, but so what? You're never going to defend Sev. They'd still have the position in the north to actually take dots, and they'd at least have Warsaw, Moscow safe. The fact that they're not building, it just leaves them so vulnerable. And let's say Tunis walks off to defend from Russia as well. That's actually sort of 17 centers in easy reach with Tunis, Naples, Rome, Vienna, Warsaw, Moscow, Sevastopol.
All right, well, let's find out if Jamal takes the bait, and maybe. So the convoy to Sev for sure. The move to Galicia also feels anti-Russian, but Budapest does not go to Vienna. So if there's one saving grace here for Russia, that's it. Anything else here, Adam, that you want to point out for us?
No, I mean, I think Jamal is probably still playing the friendly game. He's like, well, how do I not take Sev here? But that's all I'm going to take right now. And then the next year, I got to take Vienna. I got to take Warsaw. Why? How do you justify me not doing that here? I mean, we keep working together. The game ends. You turn around, and then you lose even more. So you might as well keep pushing forward. I mean, I think the negotiation here for Jamal is pretty easy, and I think Bradley's hearing, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to get the best result by keeping what I can forward and convincing Jamal just not to take too much behind.
Just to be nice to me. All right, let's see how that works out in the fall of 19.
I think again we should talk that Rauno did some pretty good moves in spring. Got him and Germany on the same page. They piffed Clyde, and he gets to keep all of Iberia from a position where he really shouldn't have been keeping all of Iberia.
All right, so how do things work out in fall of 1909, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, so now they're using the Italian units as janissaries, so they're pushing them up to Piedmont and Tyrrhenian Sea. But again, Jamal's now taken Tunis, and I don't know why he's bouncing himself in Spain. And moving an army to, I mean, Army de Portugal, okay, I guess they're doing that to keep the Russians out, but I think it's a kind of a strange choice here rather than just either putting your fleet in Spain or not. The Russians, meanwhile, go into Munich. So this is a fall turn. So Austria is going to be down to 1. They do walk out of Kiel. Yeah, it looks like the French are fighting the Russians. The English are still janissarying for the eastern side of the board, which is, they've caused a lot of havoc, actually, with that one unit.
I mean, I don't particularly understand Jamal not sitting in at least one of those Russian dots this turn. The fact that Bradley gets to build 3 is huge. But France is now not defending from Turkey. Turkey's in Silesia. I don't know how many years, like these years usually end in 09 or 10. Sometimes they go to 11, occasionally even 12. Berlin, Munich, with the amount of hostility and nonsense that's gone in the West, there's a case that Jamal is just charging for his 18th dot right now and then looking to take all of the other ones right at the end.
I mean, it's tough, though, with Bradley now dropping 3 units down. All right,
I think you needed Rush to be building less if that was the plan.
Yeah.
Well, you're still sitting on Rome, Naples, Vienna, Sev, Moscow, Warsaw, right? So, and maybe Berlin. So you're going to close the game here at 11.
That's where the game ends. Wow. All right. So Jamal passes up a very clear opportunity for a big board top. The suggestion, I think, that's clear to us is that he only is planning to play 1 game in VDL and decided not to take a huge board top. So pass that up. Let Bradley sort of join him for a sizable split board top. In Open Tribute, that only gets you 77 points. So that's the same about as an 8-center board top, just a little bit less than that. I'm tempted to ask you guys if it's the right result, but I think my little summary there just kind of encapsulated what you guys would say. Let's
I just say one thing. It's the result that Jamal wanted, right? He orchestrated the result he wanted, so of course it's the right result. I mean, he earned the right to orchestrate the end of this game, and that's what he chose to do. So I don't see anything wrong with it.
And it's a diplomatic win for Bradley too. Hey, I am playing for some lead position. Let me have a shared board top. Don't just stab me and give me no points from this game. And I think we should also give a shout out to Austria and England for surviving this mess.
Yeah. It was impressive, to be honest, how the 4 of them worked together for so long. So someone can come up with a good acronym for that collection of letters. That does mean that for Bradley Grace, let's see how that affects his place. Doesn't move him onto the top page. But he was in, I think, 19th or 20th, and that does get him up to 17th. Not going to be nearly enough to get him on the top board, but that is only his 3rd score. So his next score will be added, all of it, to that 210. So if he can get a decent-sized board top, 12 or 13 points, that will, at the current rate, put him on the top board.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that is our second VDL game of the night. We are going to take a pause now and cover the Liberty Cup, and then we'll come back and we'll cover the other 2 VDL games from last weekend. That means one of you guys is going to get a break right now. How about Adam? We'll give you a little rest and then bring you back. That does mean that we have a new entrant on the analyst lineup for tonight, and that is Mr. Riaz Virani. Riaz, coming to us from Vancouver, Canada. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. I'm a little rusty on this, but looking forward to getting started.
What exactly does rusty mean for you? What is the misorder that you're most likely to make?
Oh, misread, you mean?
I'm thinking misorder first of all.
Misorder. I don't know. Maybe the convoy. Probably the convoy. The England convoy.
So we I don't know if you saw this, but earlier on the stream we had a misordered convoy. That was not the convoy order. The convoy order was ordered correctly. The move order was ordered incorrectly, sadly.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, hey, before we jump into a game, tell us how things are in Vancouver.
Things are great. Weather's starting to turn. Unfortunately, all the people who love their pumpkin spice flavored coffees are getting their way, and those of us who like shorts and t-shirts, that time's over.
Is that which category? It sounds like you fall into the second category just by the sound of your voice.
Absolutely. I'm a shorts and t-shirt guy.
There is some news coming up for Vancouver area that's important for the diplomacy community. Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Definitely, Cascadia. We're really looking forward to it. We are hosting DipCon this year. Chris Brand always runs a fantastic tournament, and the rest of us try to help him out wherever we can. But we all want to play, so Chris bears the brunt of the work, especially tournament time. It's always a lot of fun. We have a nice social, typically on a Friday night, and everybody that comes, they always leave with a smile on their face.
We have on the stream right here the defending DipCon champion, Michalis Kamaridis. Michalis, are we going to see you in Vancouver by any chance?
I mean, I don't think so, but I also didn't think I was going to be in North Carolina, so who knows? I think it's outrageous that you've decided to host DipCon in Cascadia to mean my reign is as short as possible. But beyond that, yeah, no, it was a really great time in North Carolina, and anyone who's not sure about going, go along. It will always be a really high turnout when it's DipCon as well, so you'll meet as many of us as you want to meet out there.
Well, Michalis, hopefully you are able to make it there to defend your title. Otherwise, we'll have to bring in some actual vampires from somewhere else.
And Brandon, one thing Michalis is not saying is that he's actually just really concerned because Siobhan's coming back and she wins this tournament every time she's there. So that's probably part of the reason there.
Oh, I'd love to get revenge on Siobhan for a certain game that we played together. So that's some motivation.
I will say I've been to Cascadia once, and Siobhan Nolan won that tournament. So. Mm-hmm. All right, and Riaz, you're the defending Cascadia champion, aren't you?
I am, but I'm throwing a lot of shade at Siobhan because I've never won when she's there. So,
all right, so Siobhan's definitely the one to beat. All right, commenters, you heard it here first. It is Siobhan Nolan. All right, Liberty Cup. Liberty Cup is a tournament played out of Philadelphia. It has gone on for a while. I don't know how long the first one was. I think they might have taken 1 year off during the pandemic. This year it was run by Bill Hackenbracht, and it took place, I believe, 2 weekends ago over the Columbus Day weekend in the U.S. And it was not a big tournament. They just had one board per round, and they had 3 rounds, so we only have 3 boards to cover. So it's definitely an intimate tournament. Bill Hackenbracht is a longtime hobbyist, goes way back in the face-to-face community, and he's been known as somebody who makes a lot of top boards but doesn't win them until the virtual era, when he did finally win one, and everyone was happy for him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to play in the DBNI, though, because he did that thing where you have a kid and then you have to actually take care of it, and that takes up a lot of time, and you have less time for diplomacy. So we hope that Bill will come back. In his absence, however, we do have a very quick appearance here from Henry Hackenbracht, and who is making his first contact with diplomacy. And here is a clip of how that went.
What's these?
You have a question, Henry?
What's these?
Oh, that's a gateway to a world of pain.
Bill Hackenbracht with his inner voice coming to us. And also, future champion Henry Hackenbracht for sure. All right. I don't think either of you guys have played at Liberty Cup before. Am I correct?
No.
All right, I haven't either, unfortunately. But Bill, if you're out there, if you're on the stream, let's see if we can get you on to tell us a little bit about this tournament. In fact, I'll reach out to him while we are working on the games here. Here is the first game, round 1. In Austria, we have Douglas Rintoul out of Philadelphia. We've got Peter Cook in England, Kevin Fernandez in France, Teague Eppright, who I believe I've seen in the comments. Who also is a VDL player, and I think we'll see him a little bit later in the VDL games. Italy, we've got Andy Shiner, who I think is also out of Philadelphia. In Russia, we've got John Archbold, local in New Jersey. And in Turkey, we've got Jason Bennett, who is very definitely a VDL player, coming to us from Laurel, Maryland. So all these players went to Philadelphia for the Liberty Cup. And here are some orders. Oh, before I do you guys have any thoughts on this lineup? McCall, I'll start with you.
It's good to see some fit people that we know and a mix of locals as well. Not familiar with Andy or with Douglas as far as I'm aware, but Kevin, I think, has played in Summer Classic recently. I think that was probably his first virtual game. And obviously, Jason Bennett is a pretty big name on the virtual scene.
And I got to know John really well. He's a really nice guy. He's an Alliance player. And knowing Jason, I think the two of them could probably hit it off quite well. But now that I said that, they'll probably attack each other.
Aren't we all Alliance players, Riaz? Is that a no comment? All right, let's see some orders. We'll start with McCallus. Tell us what you see.
All right. So in the West, we have pretty anti-Russian opening from England with the Liverpool straight into Edinburgh. Beyond that, France does the side-to-side move with Paris going to Burgundy and Marseille to Spain. It's not usually favoured because a bounce in Burgundy strands the Paris army, but it doesn't matter. Germany hasn't bounced Burgundy. Italy has moved all of their units as far away from France and Austria as they possibly can. And yeah, the East is also pretty standard. Nothing too notable there.
All right, and let's go through fall of 1901, and then I'll turn to Riaz and get your thoughts. Tell us what you see in fall of 1901.
Well, as Siobhan Nolan would say, English armies go to Belgium to die. We'll find out if that's the case, but there they are. They're in Belgium. England gets the two builds. Germany feels the need to cover Munich because they're a bit worried about Burgundy. Possibly there was a Burgundy DMZ that was broken then. In the East, Austria tries to support Turkey into Romania, but Turkey doesn't take the support. Russia does not break a DMZ in Gao, is what I would imagine that is what that move is. So Austria gets into Gao, perhaps some early signs of hostility between the two of them. But Russia does slide into Black Sea, so it all looks like everybody's chosen the wrong person to work with this turn in the East.
Riaz, your thoughts?
I think the two interesting things is that France had an opportunity to take Spain or use the army, put the army into Portugal, and put the fleet into Spain's south coast. That's one thing that I noticed. Of course, the move to Syria is always an interesting move. And lastly, that Austria had confidence enough in Turkey that they didn't feel that they needed to support themselves into Greece. I very rarely see that, and I'm not courageous enough as Austria to do that myself.
It's particularly galling when you have that trust, but it's not taken.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see how the builds work out. We got two fleets out of England. I always like to see that. I know people like to build armies as England, but England's a naval power. Put down some fleets. Kevin in France drops fleet in Marseille, which is always fun to see. Wonder how he feels about that after seeing that fleet in London. Teague does the natural thing, which is fleet army. And elsewhere, the other big news here is John Archibald puts down fleet North Coast. So any quick thoughts on these, McCallus or Riaz? Jump in.
Could be a Western triple. I mean, these are quite tripply builds. England building fleets to go and secure the north, and France charging into the Med. But it could just be an EF. This could very easily turn into an EF attack on Germany right now, especially if you can get Russia involved on that. Although the fleet in North Coast perhaps not going to help there.
Yeah, it feels like EF versus RG based on the builds. Although I'm a little bit thrown off by the fleet in London. I guess we'll have to see.
All right, let's push forward and find some spring of 1902 moves. And Riaz, we will get some play-by-play from you on these. Tell us what you see.
It's definitely looking like an RG versus an EF. I see some conflict there in the Aegean Sea. Austria, Italy working together to deny the IGN for Turkey. The scissors move in for that Austria has played there on Romania to kind of defend Serbia is interesting to me, and the fact that Russia used Ukraine to take Galicia. I would have thought that Warsaw would have been the one that moved in.
What do you think about the retreat to Silesia here from Galicia? How do we understand that?
Well, Vienna and Budapest are both occupied, so your choices are Silesia or Bohemia, and Silesia is just better out of the two of those. You're at least tying a Russian unit in Warsaw up, which may be why it was Ukraine that moved in the first place. But I would question, having got into Galicia, which you rarely get to do as Austria in 01, and you're going somewhat anti-Russian, not just attacking Rum from Gao is a bit of a surprise for me.
With all three. All right, let's have a look at Fall of 1902 orders, and Riaz, will go back to you.
All right. Well,
wow, this is an exciting set of orders.
This is a really interesting season. I mean, Germany just took Belgium. I'm not sure why England convoyed the army over. I probably would have taken Norway back with a fleet and held on to Belgium. Maybe McAllis is right. Maybe there's some sort of talk of a triple, but the tap of the North Sea tells me probably not. The other interesting thing that I noticed is Italy taking Greece with Turkish support. That's always an interesting play, especially with an army being there. That's very, very dangerous for Austria versus having a fleet in there, which is much safer, of course.
McCallus.
Yeah, I really like that, actually. I think Italy, with France coming into the mid, their time for having a good game was pretty much about to close. So getting a build here, hopefully getting an ally from Turkey, and being able to do something against the French, it improves their position drastically. The convoy to Tuscany is really nice. You put an army in Venice right now, probably, and you've both got potential to follow up and attack on Austria, who, despite taking Rum, doesn't. Actually, they do get to build because they pulled Greece off the board, but yeah, you've got potential and a potential friend. You've at least got some path going forward that isn't just defending your little slot and then get killed by one of your neighbors. That there's potential now, and that's nice. I like that move.
All right, let's see some builds here. And Fleet Rome. Interesting. I think Army Venice was my intuition as well. Riaz, can you make an argument here for Fleet Rome?
I can, because you want to make sure that you protect the Tyrrhenian Sea. Without that, it's you're going to lose possession. You're going to be there's going to be a significant guessing game here whether France is going to take the Tyrrhenian Sea, or what exactly they're going to do, what their play is going to be. Now all of a sudden that's not necessarily a guessing game. The guessing game, I mean, there is one around Venice, but I probably prioritize the Tyrrhenian Sea here.
All right, let's push forward here and see. The question for me is whether that was agreed upon between Austria and Italy, because it does seem like they both still kind of need each other. So, will they see that and cooperate, or will they fight? And the answer is McCallus.
Well, it was definitely agreed upon. Italy now supports Austria down into Bulgaria against Turkey. So thanks for that support, Turkey. I don't need you after all. But Italy has made a big diplomatic win. They've put that third fleet down, and they've said to France, hey, you're not getting Tyrrhenian Sea. And France has gone, you know what, you're right. I'm going to pull back and go and do something in the north instead. So, yeah, that's really worked out nicely for Andy. Worked out quite nicely for Douglas as well, who moves into Bulgaria, moves into Galicia. Russia has decided to go after Germany. Potentially in a friendly way with Austria, so maybe Berlin is actually holdable as well. It's a really good turn for everyone in the East that isn't named Jason Bennett. And the West, England, it decides that, hey, I've convoyed from Belgium to Norway, now I'm going to convoy back again, why not?
I have to say, I love this unused convoy order from Rum to Ankh. Yeah, it does look like we've got an AIR developing here. All right, and possibly along with England as well, an old spelling of AIR, of air. Let's keep going here. Fall of 1903. Tell us what you see, McCallus.
Well, the AIR lasted one turn because why not? That's how most alliances in the East have gone so far. And now Austria is putting Turkey back into Greece. So Turkey stays at 4. In the meantime, Russia stabs. I mean, that's got to be a stab. Even if Rum was agreed, it would be with the fleet. So yeah, army slides into Rum. Austria attempts to take Venice now, but it doesn't work. Austria does keep Berlin, so maybe it wasn't the stab. Maybe actually this was all agreed upon for some bizarre reason. And Russia gets Denmark with English support. So this year has gone pretty dreadfully for Teague, who loses Holland and Denmark. And Kevin sort of does nothing with most of his units, but comes out in a better position at the end of it.
Riaz, how do you feel about 1903?
I feel bad for Germany. I mean, they built that extra fleet thinking that they were working with Russia here and helping them out, and now all of a sudden we see how painful it can be to play Germany so often. There's a lot of really dynamic play and a lot of shifts in the game, which makes it really, really entertaining. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what comes next.
All right, let's do that. And for builds, we get a couple army builds from John Archibald in Russia. We have Teague Eppright pulling all the. Sometimes in diplomacy, it's possible to spell the letters FU with your orders, and I think that's what we have here with Teague Eppright sending that FU in the direction of the English. And the Russians. All right, let's push forward here into spring of 1904, and McCallus, call it out for us.
I mean, it's an FU towards the Russians, but it's a, hey, France, you're the only one I don't hate. Have all my stuff. And France says, yes, please. So they go back into the med whilst being given Belgium, go up to Ruhr, go into Burgundy. Really nice position for Kevin now. I don't especially understand why the East have taken their foot off the gas against Turkey, or at least why the AI haven't. Maybe it's not an AR. Maybe it's hard to understand a lot of things that have gone on in the East. But Austria's in Munich, Russia's in Berlin, Russia's in Kiel. Sure. Italy and Austria are probably still fighting. Tyrolia and Trieste are probably hostile to Italy, but who can be entirely sure? Bulgaria is now vulnerable to go back to the Turks, and Jason, after a pretty rough 1903, is in a position that he's probably much better than what he was expecting last year.
All right, let's push forward into fall of 1904. I think Riaz was supposed to be on play-by-play, so we'll switch over to you, Riaz.
Sure.
Tell us what you see here.
Well, the first thing I noticed is that Turkey's back in the game. They've got Bulgaria. I'm not sure what Italy's doing and why they didn't hold Venice. They just lost Venice. That's a really, really strange and bizarre play that I would not have expected.
I'm going to guess that was a misorder that couldn't be represented in Backstabber.
Yeah, gotcha. And then they also just lost the Tyrrhenian Sea, so that is just brutal towards their hopes. In addition to losing Venice. And then Russia is now helping France into Munich, which is a really, really dangerous play. I mean, France is already fairly quite a bit advanced on most of their fronts. I don't know if I would have done that, but hey, John probably knows something that I don't.
And McCallus, do you have any thoughts about how 1904 went?
Great year for Kevin Fernandez.
Yeah.
All right, then let's push forward here and see how the builds work out. We've got Southern Fleet and an army from Kevin in France. Got another Northern Fleet from Peter Cook, Edinburgh. Jason up off the mat now gets a third fleet down, and Teague in Germany is just picking the knife. I think that's or the poison, whichever metaphor you want to go for grisly death. All right, spring of 1905. Riaz, let's go with you for spring, and then we'll go back to McCallus and even things out.
All right. It looks like Italy's now helping France. Italy pushed into or supported France into the Ionian. France picks up Tunis, advances their units wherever they desired to. I see that England has now pretty much locked up all of Scandinavia, other than St. Petersburg, which is probably only a matter of time. In addition to that, I'm not sure what Austria is doing with Tyrolia to Bohemia, and also the move of Venice to Piedmont. But Turkey's all the way back. I mean, Turkey's going to be at 5 very soon. This is a very, very good turn for Turkey. The only thing I would say is I'm a little surprised it didn't do Smyrna to the Eastern Med. Other than that, I just see Russia just playing it safe and playing it neutral and building friendships.
Yeah, it seems optimistic of me for Jason to think that Smyrna Aegean was going to go. We do have one comment from one of these players. Teague Upright, this game was very frustrating for me. Teague, we feel for you, man. We've all been there.
Yeah.
I'm very confused by Venice to Piedmont. That I keep looking at that move and trying to work out why. I don't get it at all.
I'm going to guess that's one that Douglas quickly wished he had back. But, these sorts of things happen. All right, let's move on into fall of 1905. And actually, Riaz, let's stick with you here, and then we'll give McCallus a chance to comment.
Sure. Again, there's a standoff there in the Ionian Sea. This time, Italy did not help. I was expecting that the Tyrrhenian Sea would have made it into the Ionian with Italian help. Wow. Poor Austria. I mean, they just lost Serbia and Budapest now. In addition, England has now advanced into Kiel. Now, I think England's in a really strong position now where it's going to be really, really difficult to stop anything that they want to do. But I'm surprised that Russia disbanded the fleet instead of retreating it to the Baltic. Other than that, I mean, we see the East really form. We see the RT make great strides, and it seems like Austria values Tuscany for whatever reason. I'm not sure. I don't understand. But they seem to be making this sort of tour of Italy with that army that started in Venice.
McCallus, how do you feel about 1905 as a whole?
I mean, it's a really good year for England. I think they go +2. They get the convoy into Norway and are just in a much better position than at the start of the year. So Peter will be very happy with that year. Jason has slowly improved his position. John's had some setbacks. He gets to rebuild that fleet that he pulled from Kiel, but I'm not entirely sure I think anything that he puts down is better than a fleet in Baltic Sea right now.
Yeah.
All right. And remember, this is Carnage scoring here. So it's not really a huge incentive to get big, but there is a significant incentive to be in first. This is round 1 of a multi-round tournament, of course, so there's always that consideration to make. All right, we got 2 fleets down from England, another fleet down from France, and Jason over in Turkey drops an army. Plus, we get a rebuild. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I think between an army in Moscow and a fleet in Baltic, I'd rather have a fleet in Baltic here. All right, let's move forward here. McCallus, over to you. Spring 1906. What do you see?
So Turkey finally gets into Ionian Sea because Italy is too busy support holding Rome. The trust wasn't entirely there. That's really good news for Jason, obviously. Austria, for some reason, still has an army in Tuscany, and it's just holding now because Tuscany, Florentinian architecture is just too nice to turn down, I guess. France moves into Tyrolia, which is a really nice position for that as well. But this is just EF getting into a much better position and marching forwards, and it'll be interesting to see which of them tops out of it. I think France is probably better placed, but England's got a shot if they can defend Holland whilst taking St. Pete and Berlin.
Yeah, real quickly here, Riaz. Who would you rather be between England and France here?
You know what? I'd rather, from a position standpoint, right from what I see, I would rather be England. I just think it's going to be very difficult for anybody to stab England at this point. But from a diplomatic perspective, England just stabbed Russia. So if I was Russia here on the other side of the board, and I had to choose between helping France or England, I might say, well, you know what? If I have to, I'm going to try to help France top this board. Holland might be vulnerable. Kiel might be vulnerable at some point, and I'd probably do. That's the danger for England. But I like their position.
All right, let's see if anyone makes a move here. Back to you, McCallus.
I was actually going to say there's an outside shout for wanting to be Turkey right now because this move was on, and this is a really good move to make right now. Jason Bennett has put himself in the conversation for the board top. If England and France, neither of them gets a clear lead, they're both looking for a top around 9 centres. Jason can reach that. So he takes Rum. Austria still has 2 units on the board because Italy does not retreat to a wide open Trieste after Austria puts France into Venice for reasons.
Had to be missed.
Yeah, I can only imagine that he didn't realize he could. Yeah, that's brutal. Tough luck, Andy. Good news for Doug, I guess. Yeah, and elsewhere at the EF are just continuing to slowly get a slightly better position and lock up St. Pete at least.
So this does give Kevin the clubhouse lead, essentially. Right now he's up 1 as a build. Maybe can shore up defenses a little bit here, and Jason now is one more further back. All right, so we get a fleet in Ankara from Jason that suggests that definitely wants to fight Russia here, and we get an army from France in Marseille. Interestingly enough. Which suggests that Kevin's not worried about Peter making a move on him. All right, let's push forward, see how this works out. Spring of 1907. Back to you, Riaz, for the play-by-play.
All right, further advancement by France. They're now in Tyrolia. They've moved a fleet back defensively back to the mid-Atlantic. England in the north is continually advancing towards St. Petersburg. They've convoyed their army into Livonia. We'll leave the commentary on that for a little later, but Turkey's advancing. They've pushed into Budapest. They'll probably have a really strong play here on Sèvres and on Trieste. So their position is continually advancing. It looks to me like Austria is now decided that they're going to defend against France. I think it's a great turn again for England and France. If I was England, though, I probably may want to have kept my army in Kiel.
Well, this gives them play on Berlin, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this lets them cut Prussia and take Berlin. The question is why France doesn't take Holland.
Right.
Yeah. And move to the Irish Sea or North Atlantic.
Exactly. All right, let's see if...
I think you can make a credible diplomatic case to England saying, hey, you're going +2, I'm not getting anything. You've got to let me have one. And England can say, okay.
All right, so Teague does give us a little bit of extra information that this game was approaching midnight by the time he was eliminated. So this is already another year later. We do have France taking Holland here. We do have Peter in England taking both Berlin and St. Petersburg with guaranteed moves. And we don't have, interestingly enough, Jason in Turkey getting another build off of, it gets Budapest, but doesn't get anything more than that. So after 1907, here's where things stand. France at 10 in the lead, Peter 1 behind at 9, and Turkey at 8. We get some more armies down, and then this game ends in spring of 1908. What that means in Carnage scoring is that Kevin gets maximum points, 7,000, with 10 being these extra points for tiebreaker purposes. Peter gets 6,000. Jason gets 5,000, and so on down the line. Let's sum this game up. Is this the right result? McCall, we'll start with you.
It's obviously the right result for France. I think Jason's chance of topping is over now. I think France is so strong in the south that they'll take Rome, they'll take Naples. If they want the south, they'll take the south. So I don't see a reason for Jason to vote the drawdown, and I don't think England has a hope of turning France back at this stage. So yeah, I think everyone who's still in this game has a reason to vote for this draw.
Riaz?
Agreed. It's a great result. It's the right result, and it shows how France is one of those countries that can kind of get away with some indecision for a little while, like when they move back and forth between attacking Italy and then not attacking Italy and then coming back. I think there's very few countries that can get away with that kind of indecision, and France is one, and it was very well played.
And a little bit of inside intel from Kevin here. They'd had one or two failed draw votes, and it was about 1:30 at this point. And they have a game, another one in the morning, I think probably at 9 a.m. And so that is how this game ends. So at the moment, we have one game done, two more to go in Liberty Cup 2023. We're going to take a pause and bring on a couple special guests to the stream. Let's welcome the tournament director, Bill Hackenbracht, and future tournament director Henry. I'm assuming Hackenbracht. Maybe that's not correct assumption. It is a Hackenbracht. Oh, come on back. Sorry, little slippery fingers here. Welcome to the stream, Bill and Henry. Congratulations on running the tournament. It's great to have you on board here.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It's so great to be here. Henry and I are wearing our Phillies hats as the Fightins just finally took one off the Diamondbacks in Phoenix. And I'll tell you, when the Phillies are in the playoffs and the Eagles are having a winning season, there is no better time to visit the great city of Philadelphia. And we've been real lucky these last few years that that's the environment we've hosted Liberty Cup in.
So the sports are the draw, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So going to be an org.
We join you here from the back. Oh. Yeah, you're done? Okay. You want to get down?
I'm done.
Okay. He's done. We're coming up against bedtime, so
Right.
I don't have that much time to spend with you guys, but hey, I really want to thank all of you for what you do for the hobby and how you continue to build awareness and interest in these amazing events.
Bill, thank you very much. I know you probably got to go follow that toddler that just ran away.
He stays close. You got any burning questions?
Well, so we haven't, gotten to see how the next two games turn out, so we can't ask you about, how the tournament unfolded. But from your perspective, how was it to host Liberty Cup?
So, he's back. So
Hey,
the secret with Liberty Cup is, not that
I'm back.
nobody's given dots away, but it's a very friendly environment. It's very welcoming to newer players. I think about half the folks that played, this was their first time playing in a tournament setting. And one of the reasons why we use the Carnage scoring system is because it's so friendly to ending the game. People aren't whittling people out of a draw, and folks aren't fighting tooth and nail to separate themselves from the pack. But those are great scoring systems too, and really recognize great play. So I'm not arguing scoring system. I'm just laying out the theory behind Liberty Cup. We try to build a community of players in the Northeast. So there's an emphasis on social events, like there's a cheesesteak run on Friday night. Emphasis on cheesesteak, not on running. And then on Saturday evening, we go to a local brow house called Brow House Schmitz and have a wonderful group dinner. And Liberty Cup is part of a larger event called Liberty Con. So we have open gaming, but also some train games, some 18xx. So it's an interesting intersection of different hobby groups and hobbyists, but the thing we have in common is we love board games, we love good beer, and we love good company. So
What's the board game?
what's a board game? Oh, buddy, you've got a lot to learn.
Hey, Henry.
Hey,
Say
Henry.
hi to Brandon. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Nicholas. Hi, Riaz.
All right, Bill, we'll let you go in 1 second. One last question for you, though. When are we going to see you back on tour?
We'll see.
Bill,
I'm
it's
going
really
to try to make it down to. I believe the next North America DipCon is on the West Coast. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I'm gonna probably try to see if I can't negotiate a long weekend out there. But we'll see.
All right, it's coming up in the first weekend of February, correct, Riaz, in Vancouver?
absolutely. We're looking forward to having you. And Bill, we'd love to see you. But I just wanted to say thank you to you because I know what it's like to have a young kid and to be able to plan a diplomacy event would be tough for me. So that's amazing and incredible. And thank you for doing it.
Of course, and thank you so much. And yeah, I'm looking forward to I've never been to Vancouver. Well, the one in British Columbia. I go to the one in Washington all the time. But I'm looking forward to trying to make my way up there. First week of February, Vancouver, Canada. Don't miss it. Don't miss it, audience.
All right, well,
100%.
McCallus, any comments or questions for Bill?
Just at the start, we didn't know how long Liberty Cup's been going. Do you have a general gist of that?
So it used to be called Liberty Massacre. It used to be Philadelphia Massacre, and then before that it was Boston Massacre. So it's been running for over a decade now. Moving cities and switching out organizers. But the Liberty Cup itself has been running for, I believe, 7 years. And we did host North America DipCon back in an earlier time. I think 2014, but I'm not. You have to check the World Diplomacy Database for that.
All right, Bill, we'll let you go take care of bedtime. Thank you so
Of
much
course.
for joining us.
Yeah, next year, Philadelphia, Columbus Day weekend, Indigenous Persons Day weekend. We've already got the venue locked in, and okay, it's time to go home. I'll see you guys and see y'all in Philadelphia next year.
Thanks, Bill.
Cheers, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, that was great getting to see Bill. Going to bring Adam back on the stream here. Welcome back, Mr. Silverman. And we're going to give you a break here, McCallus. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, let's dive back into some games here. If I can get Dipcast working, and the answer is that I cannot. All right, there we go. And let me hop back over and show you guys what I'm looking at, which is the player list. So there was only one board per round, so a lot of these players are going to be the same. In fact, most of them. In Austria, we've got Peter Cook. In England, we've got Kevin Fernandez. In France, we've got Jason Bennett. Germany, Andy Scheiner. Italy, Douglas Rintoul. Russia, tournament director Bill Hackenbracht. And Turkey, we get another appearance from Teague Epright. So, now the conversation about the board changes a little bit, right? Because it's about who's in what place from round one and where they are on the board. What sort of metagame tensions, what standings-based tensions might arise because of that. Adam, you're new here, back to the stream. What does anything jump out at you as far as which players are where?
Well, I think the biggest deal is, right, regardless of where they are, many of these folks, or most of them, except for Bill, I guess, were in the game the previous night that went till 1:30, and probably had a lot of emotions, and people still bleary-eyed going into that. So that's always going to affect things, though. I think most people do try to take it one game at a time, but always the biggest thing is the person who's topping, Kevin, is up against a number of people, including the people who came in second and third on that board, and they're going to be looking at that.
All right, let's hop into some orders and take a look at them. And Riaz, let's start with you. Play-by-play for spring 1901.
Definitely. Well, in the East, we see some aggressive play here from Turkey. I was gonna comment that I wonder how Bill's gonna play, because he's the TD normally They don't get points, so sometimes they play it very passively and just kind of just let the game go, just have a good time, and other times they kind of play like they would in a normal tournament game. So, but I'm intrigued to see in the East that there's no bounce in Galicia. Nobody moved there. Moscow held in place. That's something very rare to see. Standard German openings, a very strong supported push into Burgundy by France, and nobody in the channel. So this is 2 straight games with nobody in the channel after Spring 01. Other than that, the Italian openings are fairly standard here.
Yeah,
I'll just comment really quickly on the Bills opening in Russia. Actually, the Moscow hold, while it is unusual, it's not something you see very often. It's actually can be a very powerful opening because it builds a lot of flexibility into the fall, and it's actually perfect when you're facing exactly what he's about to be facing, which is where you have that Turkish army in Armenia, right? Because now you can support Sev into Romania while still covering Sev from Moscow. So it actually was a well-timed decision for him.
All right, let's push ahead into fall 1901. We will note that without Tommy Anderson on the board, there was a successful DMZ in Galicia. Back to you, Rias.
So, as Adam was alluding to, the play around Sevastopol is perfectly played here. That frees up Sevastopol for a potential fleet build. I'm not sure what Germany thought they'd accomplish by tapping the North Sea here, but we see France siding with Germany in whatever's going on there by supporting them into Belgium and taking and Germany gets killed. So Germany gets 3 builds. I don't like to get 3 builds in 01, but it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. Other than that, France has got their 2 from Iberia.
Yeah, hard not to notice this.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it must be. It's got to be a misorder that wasn't reportable in Backstabber.
For sure. My apologies. It's just always so standard that
I know. Just assumed it was going to happen.
Yeah,
that really hurts. It's I mean, at least they get the 1 build from Serbia, but that really hurts.
Yeah, especially since with an AR going, you really want to get moving as quickly as possible. We get the build from Austria in Trieste, which is interesting. Suggestion that there may be a little bit of not on the same page with Italy, or they just want to make sure.
That's the pro-Russia build, though.
Yeah, exactly. In the north, we get 2 fleets from Germany, which definitely makes a statement. We get a fleet in Brest as well, and so if you're tournament leader Kevin Fernandez, you have some diplomatic work to do in spring of 1902. And
let me just be the one to say that Bill made a mistake and put the army and the fleet in the wrong places. He meant the fleet in St. Petersburg and the army in Sev. But let's see how that works out for him.
Yeah, we often talk about this being a mistake, a Southern Fleet build, but sometimes this is a condition of an AR, right? Austria may demand it as part of the condition of working together.
Oof.
And in any case, let's see how it works out. Spring of 1902, if I can get things working correctly. There we go. So Adam Silverman, will come to you for the play-by-play. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, so that fleet build in Sev, let's see where it got him, and it didn't really get him anywhere at all. Austria does properly get into Greece at this point. Italy gets into Eastern Med, as one does as Italy in this position, probably doing the right thing in terms of going after the Turks. It is really interesting that the Turks moved Khan to the east coast of Bulgaria in this case. Obviously, they weren't expecting that to work, but still kind of a strange choice in terms of what they do. In the West, I think we didn't really comment enough probably about those 2 German fleet builds. That's always really interesting, especially when they kind of conga line it up into Helgoland. But of course, this was going to work because Denmark supported the move up to Helgoland. But really interesting that they are showing some positivity to Russia by not going into Baltic as you might have expected the Berlin fleet to do. Instead, they get the support, the Russians supporting the army out into Norway. This is really looking very bleak for the English, as you might expect to happen to the board leader, the tournament leader going into round 2.
So, Riaz, you are well known as a tactical expert. This strikes me. I'm looking at the fleet orders from the German here. This strikes me as the most conservative option. Is this what you would have done, or can you? Is there a more dynamic set of moves that you might order here? Oh, you're muted, Riaz.
You read me like a book, because that was exactly what I was zeroing in on. I'm confused as to what the point is of having that fleet from Berlin go to Kiel, because where does it go next? It kind of gets stuck here, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, so an option here would have been Denmark to Skagerrak and Kiel to Helgoland, and leave Denmark open, actually, and either move Berlin to Baltic or to Kiel, from which it can go to Denmark.
Definitely.
Or even Denmark to the North Sea to cut the support on Norway, if that's what you're expecting, right? And then you go up to Baltic and Helgoland, or you go to Holland and Kiel. I mean, Kiel is not a great place to be. On the other hand, Denmark can go up to Skag now with the Russian support to piff the English unit, and you can follow up into Denmark. It's not great. I don't think it's horrible either.
All right.
And the other thing to point out was the thing with Greece was not taking Greece. It really delayed the AR here, or the AIR here, because Turkey had the opportunity to cut Romania, which they otherwise wouldn't have been able to do.
All right, let's push forward into fall of 1902. Back to you, Mr. Silverman.
Yeah, so the Turks protect Smyrna from the direct convoy, but they guessed that wrong. They obviously should have gone Armenia to Syria, but that's not what they did. It's interesting that they supported themselves into Smyrna instead of bouncing both Armenia and Smyrna here, which they could have covered all cases here. They didn't need the support into Smyrna. I guess they really wanted to get out of the Black Sea, which probably wasn't the right call, because now the Russians are in the Black Sea and have an army in Sev. This is bad news for Teague. He's got basically an AIR against him, and that's something they're going to have to reckon with. The Germans now, again, they didn't know what to do with Kiel, so they do pull up to Baltic. Of course, Russia's now on the other side, so they're actually convoying from Norway to Denmark. This is very clever, actually. I really, really like this. Really nice play on Kevin's part. Why not? Try to make a friend this way, and he's successful in doing so, while also protecting his home centers. Of course, he's got a German now in Wales, but that unit may go away now due to the loss of Denmark.
Yeah, looks like it was also clever by France to get Belgium out of the way.
But Brandon, adding to what you were saying, though, is if you were France and you were convoying Germany into Wales, why didn't you move mid-Atlantic up into the North Atlantic or the Irish Sea? Because you were getting the build, right? So you didn't have any issues there.
There's no fleet down.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think the argument Jason might make is that what he actually wanted was an alliance with Germany, but he could have taken Belgium without this clever convoy anyway, right? So maybe Jason's just trying to have it both ways and being a little too clever by half.
And maybe you see yourself running an EF from this position, and you make the excuse to England, well, he's going to remove Wales anyway. It's just getting out of the way. So and you're going to put an army down here, and it actually, you put an army down here, and it makes a case to England that that's what you're doing.
And that is not what he does.
Doing. Okay.
It's done fleet press.
I love. We saw this in the last game. Look at the German disbands. They keep Silesia. That's just a real message right there.
It's it's not quite clear who exactly the FU. If it was to Russia, I think you pull Wales and keep Kiel, but it's definitely Andy is definitely going for maximal entertainment value here.
Maybe Jason's wishing he put another army down now with those disbands.
So we do get a southern fleet from a St. Pete South Coast fleet. That is a northern southern fleet from Bill Hackenbracht, which is always fun. All right, let's push ahead here into spring of 1903, and we're going back to you, Riaz. What do you see here on this board? Very dynamic set of moves here.
Just zeroing in here. Okay, I see Turkey's rapid destruction to this AIR. I see a move into Galicia, which I don't understand. I would have thought that in an AIR that Venice would have gone to Piedmont, Trieste would have gone to Tyrolia. In addition to that, here we see. Sorry, I'm a little rusty on this. I mean, Liverpool's taken by Germany, but there might be a guessing game on it. I don't think there is. I think it's pretty locked in to have it, or for France to get London. And then we see the convoy into Holland, which was interesting. England's position is advancing in Scandinavia. But Turkey is not going to be living for very long.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation here for France. I think you could argue that there was some tactical inefficiency going on here with these three units that are well, at least with Picardy and English Channel. Let's see if it comes back to bite Jason.
I wonder why in that position you don't just advance the armies like what you're doing here in the fall. Why not do that in the spring, right? I mean, You're just, if you're not going to convoy into England, which I can understand not doing that from that position, why are you not this exact set of orders for the armies that should have happened in the spring?
Yeah, I mean, it's worth remembering, right? This is face to face. The intensity is raised. There is, time limit, lots and lots to do, and you don't always get done what you want to get.
We can give Jason a hard time. He's an experienced player, man, and he's good at this game, right?
Fair enough. All right, Riaz, talk us through fall of 1903.
All right, France does advance their position. They're now in Ruhr in Munich. They have supported Liverpool. They've continued to advance their fleets forward in the north. Italy has decided to retreat from Tyrolia back to Venice, and they've picked up Smyrna. This is the very end of Turkey's time in the game, but Austria thanked Russia for their help with Turkey by taking Romania from them, and also putting Germany into Warsaw.
Wow.
So, and in the north, I guess Bill maybe he deserved it because he basically just swiped Norway from England at the same time.
Yeah, this is a wild turn. Certainly a good one for Peter in terms of numbers. Bill, I think, is maybe up 2, down 2, maybe up 3, down 3. And Kevin also seems to be potentially suffering from a bit of a leader syndrome. Here is how the numbers end up, though. Peter Cook is +3. Douglas Rintoul in Italy is +1. Bill Hackenbrack manages to go +1 there somehow. And Jason Bennett in France +1. Let's see what they do with these builds. All armies from Peter Cook. Armies elsewhere from Bill and Jason. And Kevin pulls that army in York. All right. Now I think is a moment to play Who Do You Like? Who do you like? Starting with you, Adam.
Oh, man. I mean, France is looking really good in this position, though. I can't rule out Austria either. I mean, I do think, they've got some room for expansion. To me, it's going to be a race between France and Austria.
Riaz?
Agreed. I like the French position. I don't see any strong opposition, and we've all seen what happens when there's no Germany, not really much of an Italian push against France, and England is basically wiped out. We've all seen what happens in those situations. So I really like the French position here, but I am kind of intrigued as to those two Russian fleets up north and what they could potentially do.
All right, let's see how things unfold. Spring of 1904. We are, I think, with you, Adam, for the play-by-play.
Yeah, it looks like I can't tell entirely what's going on in Russia, but it looks like the Russians and the Austrians are going against each other, but not to much effect. But the Italians are also going against the Austrians, so I guess I should take back what I just said, and it's everything is coming up France here, or maybe Italy is going to make their push here. I mean, Douglas is now in Constantinople. They've got position on Greece. They're in Trieste. Quite intriguing in the East, actually. In the West, the French decide instead of taking the sure bet in London, they opt to kick Germany out of Liverpool. That's an interesting choice. You have a Germany who's largely not viable versus an England who is potentially going to be more trouble to you and going that way. So that's interesting. It also locks up your fleets in the west side of England, which is not necessarily really where you want them, with 2 Russian fleets on the other side. So we'll see how that works out for them. That all being said, their position in Germany is looking really good, and they really advance it here.
Agreed.
All right.
And maybe the reason that they chose to attack Germany and take Liverpool is because Germany's actually helping Austria here, and that's probably, well, that was their main competition for the board top, but it's not looking like that anymore.
Not anymore. that went down the sewer pretty quick.
Yeah, it seems like Jason had a choice here and chose to make Russia an ally. Couldn't have Russia and Germany both as an ally, and ended up choosing Russia. All right, let's see how it works out. Fall of 1904. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah.
Goodness. I'm sorry. My eye is immediately drawn to what's happening with Italy and these.
Yeah, I mean, these are just these are not unreasonable guesses that Peter is making. They're just wrong, right? I mean, it's hard to critique the moves that Peter made. I mean, there's probably other things that he could have done. Obviously, the loss of Greece really stinks. The loss of Romania really stinks. The loss of Bulgaria really stinks. I mean, this is just like went from like looking like there was some intriguing opportunities for Austria to you're pretty much not viable in this game anymore. That's kind of sad for them. But it does keep the game interesting because Italy is now, in quite an interesting position. And of course, Bill does what Bill does and takes Smyrna and to make sure that Italy's not growing too big and that he's growing himself. He takes Denmark, and it looks like he holds on to Kiel, so he'll be building a couple here. And in the West, it's a whole lot of supports otherwise, other than what's going on in Denmark. So not much movement in England.
Yeah, it looks like Peter thought that he had worked out a deal with Douglas. I think that's the only way to explain Tyrolia to Vienna and Bohemia supports Trieste into Tyrolia. So this is a negotiated stab, essentially, or like a finishing of the stab by Douglas here. It means that Peter goes down 5, minus from 8 to 3. Has some piff, so is ultimately only pulling 2. Riaz, how did you feel about 1904? Quite a lot happened here.
Yeah, and it's a lesson for Austria, right? And we see this all the time where Austria just trusts Italy till the end, and Italy has the fleets to outmaneuver Austria. I mean, we've seen it so often. But to me, this is a fantastic turn here for Russia, because Russia's now got a couple of friends in both Italy and France. And knowing the player who is in Russia, it's not surprising to see him be able to make the best of what was at one point a very tough situation.
I'm intrigued by where the negotiation here goes between Austria, Italy, and Russia, and who's most mad at who, and whether Austria and Italy are going to continue to have any kind of relationship, or whether this is going to be all-out fighting between them with trying to get Austria on side.
All right. Well, we this game has resolved into a 3-horse race. Interesting builds from Douglas. Looks presumably Naples is intended to be convoyed over. We've got the fleet in Rome because he did need another fleet. Spring 1905. Here are the orders. We'll go back to you, Riaz, for the play-by-play. Tell us what you see.
Ooh, I see France having a fantastic season. I mean, they're just about to pick up London if they want it. They just took Kiel. They've basically they bounced in Marseille, which is probably or in Piedmont, which is probably what Italy is very, very happy about. We see some resistance here from Austria. We see them take Trieste back, and I'm surprised to see. I'm surprised to see the Army Naples build, but I guess I can kind of see. I guess I can kind of see why in Italy wanting to prioritize picking up Balkan centers over trying to do anything to distract France.
I think this is a mistake on Douglas's part in Italy, actually. I think what you don't want to be doing here is engaging with France. I think you want to be engaging on the eastern side of the board, and you want to be negotiating with France to continue demilitarizing things. You don't want to be wasting Venice, bouncing Piedmont. You don't want to be sending Trieste to Tyrolia, regardless of whether you're working with the Austrian or the Russian or neither or both. That's not where you want your units. And I think this all comes down to that Fleet Rome build, which was inherently going to spook the French, and it just wasn't the right place to put a fleet build here.
Yeah, well, it seems like Douglas also, diplomatically, it looks like he thought that Austria would be fighting Russia with him, because his moves in the south are actually anti-Russian, and just miscalculated.
And that's perfectly fine, but what you don't want to be doing is fighting with France and with Russia, or with, you don't want to be fighting France at all here. It's just not to your benefit. And frankly, it's not to France's either. I don't think France wants to be sending fleets into the Western Med in this position. They want to be dominating the North. That's where they get their 17 centers, and they get something down there later on so that they can make their play for Tunis for 18. But again, it's a VDL game. No, I guess this is time unlimited game, so they can go forever. So, but you don't need that 18th dot in Tunis so early in this game when you want to be actually spending your time pushing things in the north.
All right, let's move forward into fall of 1905. Adam, tell us what you see.
Well, it looks like they did sort of work things out. If I had to guess, it's an arranged bounce in the Western Med at this point so that they can avoid, doing anything else funny. They probably agreed to demilitarize Piedmont because there's no movement there right now. There's nothing funny going on with Munich. So that's definitely both in their best interests. And so they had the one term where things didn't work out. It looks like maybe things are now. And now France is trying to make that move forward. What I find really interesting is the fact that Jason has decided to rely on England as a janissary, and this kind of weird conga line thing here, rather than just walking into London or supporting himself into London, which is I think what I would have preferred to see here. Liverpool, go up to Clyde or the North Atlantic Ocean. You don't kind of do this kind of odd movement things. Really, none of France's units move this turn, which is just not great for him. On the other hand, he's dealing with the Russian. He's racing with Bill, and Bill is building. Bill's getting he's getting Warsaw back and losing St. Pete, but he is +3. So there you go.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to.
Even tell. He's taking Serbia, Budapest, and what is that? Bulgaria. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. So he picks up 3 in the south. He loses Smyrna. And then exchanges Warsaw for Moscow. So
I guess the point I'm seeing Jason's comment in the comments, and I guess this is totally fair, that if Norwegian orders correctly, which is to support north to Norway, that can't be stopped, and so this whole conga line actually works. So in fairness to Jason, expecting that was going to happen, okay, I get it.
And Kevin would have had a build there.
But do you really want England to build?
No, I don't think you do. I mean, I think you want to take London anyway, but at least I can see why you might decide to do that. But sure. I still think probably forcing London going up to now is probably still going to be a better bet for you, because it advances your position, lets you put more units on the board, and then you're even with Russia or you're close to even with Russia instead of 2 behind.
All right,
I'm with you, especially when England is the tournament leader as of right now.
And this is Carnage scoring. So Kevin at 2, still has 3,500. If he can get another dot, we'll end up getting up to 4,000. Those points could matter. All right, spring of 1906. Over to you, Riaz, for the play-by-play.
Okay, well, England does it. They got into Norway. They supported themselves. They made the right move. But Jason is still not doing anything. I mean, I would have gone to the North Sea with English Channel if I knew that was happening. I probably would have played it like Adam would have played it. Pick up London in the fall, take the North Sea. Italy has now pushed Tyrrhenian Sea into Gulf of Lion, while France went to Portugal. So I'm wondering if there was some sort of deception there on Italy's part. In addition, France has has now captured all of Germany. They now have Berlin as well. And boy, wouldn't that position have been fantastic if they would have been in the North Sea right now?
Yeah, pretty incredible.
Right? I mean, that would have been great.
Portugal is such a strange choice there. Why go to Portugal rather than just sitting in Mao if you don't want to advance the fleet, which I would certainly understand. But Portugal is such a more restricted position. And again, for those who know my philosophy in this game, it's all around leaving options open for yourself and minimizing options for your neighbors, right? And by going to Portugal, you're minimizing the options of what you can do. If you're in Mao, you can go north, you can go south, you can do all kinds of stuff, but you can't do that from Portugal. This pays off for him because he doesn't get the supported attack against Marseille. He manages to move it to Spain's south coast. But it could have been much more problematic than that.
All right. Well, we've mostly talked about what's happened here. The other big news is in the south, where Budapest slips into Vienna, possibly negotiated. This has happened, I think, more than once this game, where Bill has slid into one of Peter's centers that Peter vacates. The upshot here, though, given that Berlin gets piffed here, is that Bill's lead grows even more, 13-10. He finally gets to build all of his available builds. Previously, he had centers, not enough centers open. And then this game draws in 1907 with tournament director and ineligible player Bill Hackenbracht sucking up a bunch of points that could have gone to someone who was in contention. So that means, though, that of the players who do have points to earn, Jason Bennett gets the most at 6,000. Douglas Rentoul picks up 5,000. I think a news item here is that Kevin Fernandez easily could have walked out of this game with an elimination or with only 1,000 or 2,000 points, but picks up 4,000, which, given the way this game went for him, could be considered a pretty good hold.
This is such an awesome result for Kevin, all things considered, right? Because the board top goes to someone who's not competing in the tournament. This really is making it a two-horse race between him and Jason. Maybe Douglas is still in the running if he has a good result in the third game. But like you said, this is really kudos to Kevin for not giving up and really fighting it out to the end for every last point. Oh, actually, it's Peter ahead. Okay, Douglas must have done worse in the first game than I thought. So, yeah, I mean, but any of them are actually, any of the top four of them are probably in it for the last game, depending on how everything shakes out.
Riaz,
can I just say that I love this scoring system because I've never got 2,000 points in a tournament, and this is like, it makes me want to go to Liberty Cup even more just to put up like a big number like that.
Yeah, the nice thing about Carnage scoring is that it's very simple. It's very straightforward. And so the arguments that you end up making in negotiations are really just clear. It's just easy. You don't have to, get into any calculations, and it's easy for people to understand. I have to say, though, this is a moment where I wonder whether Jason Bennett didn't play the scoring system as well as he could have, because he is now in first place going into the final round, but not by nearly as much as he would have been had he taken some of Kevin's dots. So this is something to look at, something to watch in round 3.
And when you have a 3-round tournament, a lot of people like to say, okay, well, the first round I'll kind of lay in the weeds and do like a shared board top and whatever. But then the second round is almost always you go aggressive to try to put up a really strong score to set yourself up for that last round. And I wonder if Jason is going to have some regret here going into that final round, because he had a chance to put up a really, really strong score. And at that point, like when you go into the final round, and you don't need to necessarily top the board when you have a big lead. You can just cater to somebody else who maybe isn't competition and just say, well, you know what, let's just play it close between the two of us. and take out the third guy. Whereas now he can't do that. He's going to have to play aggressive and get that big score, and everybody knows that he's going to have to top this board.
I'll take actually a different tack on that. Actually, I think
Okay.
Jason did what he needed to do in that game. I think Bill topping that board is almost as good as Jason topping that board, because Bill is not competing in this tournament, right? And so Jason needs to put himself in a position where if he can get a good result or get the top result on that final board, he can win the tournament. But honestly, whether that's to have the board top or not have the board top, he's basically in the same position, because if Kevin tops over him or he comes in third place, he's not going to get the tournament win. So regardless, he's going to need to top that last board in order to win this tournament. So he's putting himself in position to let that game decide it. If he takes a risk, and I think as he's pointed out in the comments, maybe there's a risk of people throwing the game to Bill, in which case he scores a 0. I think it puts him in a bad position. So again, it's carnage scoring. He could have taken England out, and Kevin gets a little bit of a lower score, not that much of a lower score, but maybe it's 1,000 points less. But he still needs to top the board tomorrow in the last round in order to win the tournament. So we'll see how it goes. Ultimately, it all comes down to that last round. When you got the same people playing together over every round, you got to deal with that, right?
All right, let's leave that game in the dust. Riaz, we are going to give you a break here and then bring you back on for the last 2 games of VDL. If that works for you. So enjoy the break, and let's bring back Mr. Michalis Kamaridis back to the stream. Welcome back, Michalis.
Hello.
All
I
right.
come back with a question. Is this tournament best 2 of 3, or is it all 3 stores count?
You know what?
As far as I'm aware, it's all 3. But
no, you know what? I believe it is best 2 of 3. Yes.
Okay. So
Okay,
I think that actually gives advantage to Kevin, because he has a worse second score.
Okay,
yeah,
that's interesting. I didn't. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and it also speaks to the need to go for it when you have the opportunity. And so that's an argument. I see in the comments, though, they're talking about, there was discussion about throwing a solo to Bill if Jason went for it, something like that, and he was worried about his southern position. Sometimes you got to try to call people's bluffs, right? But there's always a debate: bird in the hand versus the one in the bush, and hindsight is 20/20. So with those 2 cliches on the table, let's go to the game in round 3, which finds John Archibald in Austria, Douglas Rintoul in England, Teague Epright in France, Jason Bennett in Germany, the tournament leader, I should say, Peter Cook in Italy, Andy Scheiner in Russia, and second place player Kevin Fernandez in Turkey. So Turkey and the first and second place players, Jason and Kevin, are not next to each other, which is interesting. Any plot lines you guys want to pull out at the beginning here?
I'm super happy with this draw if I'm Jason, right? I'm really happy to see Kevin stuck in Turkey, and I'm really happy to be in the West. I know Germany can be a very hard country to play for many people, but I'm happy to have control of my own destiny and not be stuck in one of those positions like Austria, like in the East, where you're sort of really at the mercy of the players around you as to whether you have any negotiating room or not.
Is this a timed round? I'm presuming it is, being a final day game.
If the commentariat could let us know, because I do not know.
I might slightly actually favour Turkey more if this is a timed round. Kevin is in a position where he's got a good board top and a poor second score. He doesn't necessarily need a big score in this game. He just needs a very average score in this game, and Jason not to improve on 2 decent scores. So I might actually prefer to be Turkey over Germany here, because it's very easy to kill Germany quickly. It's not so easy to kill Turkey quickly.
It was timed. Now, remember, though, that average score in Carnage scoring is like a middle place. He has a 4th place score coming into this. To improve his score, which he needs to do to win the tournament, he needs to finish 3rd or higher, no matter what the center count is. And also finish ahead of Jason Bennett. All right, let's see some orders. And Adam, we'll start with you on the play-by-play. Spring 1901, tell us what you see.
Okay, so the things that immediately stand out to me is the lack of a bounce in Galicia and Russia opening north. I think that's probably really good news for Jason Bennett, for his ability to get off the gate hot. There's nothing else that looks particularly aggressive. France's opening is interesting, and this is a really nice, strong opening for France to go to Burgundy and Picardy and really make that play onto Belgium. But otherwise, I think this is not bad news for Jason to see Russia opening north for sure.
Yeah, and we're focusing on Jason and Kevin. I think everyone else is going to need a board top, and for both Jason and Kevin to like finish fourth or lower, something like that, not be able to improve on their scores. All right, let's push ahead here into fall of 1901. What do you see here?
Okay, so Jason protects Munich while the French support Burgundy. And again, that's great news. That's exactly what you want France to do in this position when you're playing Germany. Russia gets Sweden with Jason holding in Denmark. You let Russia into Sweden there, makes perfect sense. And England is convoying up to Norway, which is an interesting choice given everything else. Well, I guess it makes sense given the Russian move to St. Petersburg. Andy moves up to Finland to set up for that fleet St. Pete North Coast build that's probably about to happen. I think also interesting is Russia putting Sev into Romania while the Turks go up to Armenia and Ankara. So that's not good news for Andy in the south. Clearly may have some kind of AT or AIR or I mean, who knows? You've got I don't know. It's not AIR. If Serbia is going to rum,
McCullis, let's go over to you. How do you see?
I don't know what to make of all that.
I'm wondering if Bulgaria misordered and was supposed to support Serbia into rum.
Yeah.
If the plan was an AT which denies Russia the south and it didn't work out for whatever reason, that's the most I can make sense of that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
All right, builds. I think we're going to see for a second consecutive game a fleet in Sevastopol. That is
no.
Double. Well, it worked out pretty well for Bill Hackenbracht. Andy Shiner does the rare 2-fleet build for Russia in 01. It's not unwelcome from the broadcast. Quite a lot of fleets come down on this 1901. Let's move forward into spring of 1902, and Riaz, we will get the play-by-play from you.
I don't think Riaz is here at the moment.
Let's go with McCullis then.
All right. Yeah, so Russia builds the 2 fleets. They use that to support Sweden into Norway, which is the wrong way around. If you're wanting to use that other northern fleet, you'd much rather put St. Petersburg forwards. I guess it's some sort of deal with Germany because Germany is fully on board the GR relationship, and Finland will just cover Sweden now. Yeah, okay. In the south, things are still going pretty terribly for Russia. There's a reason you don't build a fleet Sevastopol in this position, and that's because it's too late to take Black Sea. So you would much rather have an army which can fall back if you lose Sev. So one Russian fleet has been piffed, and I would not be at all shocked to see a second Russian fleet get piffed straight afterwards. Italy is not a part of this AT rather. It's just an AT, and that's bad news for Italy, who doesn't take the opportunity to convoy back from Tunis and may never get that opportunity again. France still finds no need to take Spain because they're just charging up against England. So it sort of looks like an FGR in the north versus an AT in the south, and a painful time for England and Italy.
Yeah, it's quite an AT, isn't it? You don't often see them get off to this kind of start. Let's continue into fall 1902 and tell us what you see.
But they don't take Sevastopol. They don't piff the second Russian fleet. They instead convoy to Rum and try to walk into Serbia. While Serbia was supporting... What was Serbia supporting there?
Looks like Bulgaria to Romania.
So Austria was offering you Rum and Sev, and you choose not to take it. That's an interesting decision from Turkey. Not entirely sure I understand that. Austria does take Venice, so they're actually building. Okay, fair enough. Italy does convoy back to Apulia. They prioritize that over doing anything more aggressive on their defense. France is fully into England. Germany takes North Sea. pretty clever decision, I think, to pull that and at least be able to get an army back onto England from Douglas. But it's sort of try to make the best of a very, very bad situation.
Yeah, this is quite a reversal in the South. Quite a reversal for that benefits Andy Shiner. He's going to get a build from that rebuild after exchanging Norway and Romania. Adam, how do you see 1902? What is the upshot for you?
I think we've seen a lot of Frances do really well in this tournament, and we're going to see another really successful France in this game. Whether it's going to top or not, I don't know, but probably a 1, 2, or 3 place here. But ultimately, what this comes down to is it's looking really good for Kevin. He's clearly not getting dug out of the corner early in this game, which means time is on his side with respect to the clock for the tournament. It's going to be really hard for Jason Bennett to win this unless he can get off to a rip-roaring start. And with a strong France like he's got over here, that's going to be really tough.
Remember, Kevin needs 3rd place or higher, and for Jason not to finish that high. That was an incidental click. Let's check out the builds in 1902. And are there any surprises here? Got an army from Kevin, army from Andy. So lots more armies in the East. Peter in Italy pulls one of his armies, and Teague is going full scale on the Northern Adventure here. All right, let's move forward here. Spring 1903. Let's go back to Adam.
Yeah. I think what's interesting, you just said that Teague is going all in on the Northern Adventure. Actually, Brest goes out to Mao rather than trying to advance the fleets out into, there was a free walk into London from the English Channel there, or convoy Belgium into the English Channel. They don't actually do that. They instead go out to into Mao. I guess they're going to Mao because of the English army in the North Atlantic. But interesting that they didn't just convoy to London or something along those lines. But still advancing and still looking really good for them. The Russians are. Is this an R? It looks like an RT at this point, right? I mean, you've got and you've got Khan going to Greece. Why does that? Oh, they got support from the Italians too, right? Which makes sense because the Italians are pretty angry at the Austrians from this position. So you've basically got Italy just wanting to fight Austria and kick Austria out of their home centers. You've got the Turks advancing. So great news for Kevin. Great turn there.
All right, fall of 1903. Keep going.
Sure. Bad news for Austria, who loses Serbia, loses Budapest. I am not quite sure why they're going to Bohemia in this position. Must have been some kind of agreement with someone that was not upheld, but they lose Vienna as well because of this. They walk out of Venice. I don't know if this is just giving up position or something, because they're leaving themselves with one center, and there was not really a need for this. What I guess is interesting is that the Italians end up taking Greece from what I guess would have been the Turks, but maybe that's agreed. I can't tell what Aegean is actually doing here.
Supporting Ionian into Greece.
Okay, so
yeah,
so
it's much better for Turkey if the fleet gets in.
Yeah, so this was sort of agreed, but it was supposed to be the fleet taking it, not the army. While they were probably supposed to take Venice with the army. Okay, on the other side of the board, Russia is advancing. England is trying to defend themselves, but not very effectively because they've just lost all of their home centers. So that's the way it goes. Thank you very much, Douglas. You have not lived that long, and we hardly knew you.
So, I mean, it's quite an electric turn here. Yeah, we have one player eliminated, another player down to one. In terms of the overall tournament dynamics, Jason in Germany picks up 2 here, is in a tie for second ahead of Kevin, who is in 4th place. Kevin needs to finish in 3rd or higher and above Jason. So at the moment, Jason, we can check the standings. Jason has the lead, but I think another thing that's becoming clear here is that nobody else can win the tournament. It's really down to Jason or Kevin. Everyone else needed Jason and Kevin to basically fall flat while they top the board, and that's not happening.
And the fascinating thing is then it comes down to Andy and Teague, right? So who does Andy want to win this tournament, and who does Teague want to win this tournament? And what are they willing to do? How much do they want? Do they care? if they care at all.
I'd say also, like, I think John walked out of those centres to try and cost Kevin the tournament. I think that he's walked out of those centres to strengthen everyone so Kevin loses more position. I think that was his punishment for Kevin's stab on him the turn before. And I think it's actually quite a credent one. Like, Kevin was in a really solid position as Turkey, with Italy and Russia both like pretty much out of the game, and that's Kevin top 3 bank, which probably wins in the tournament. And now all of a sudden, Italy's very viable, and Russia's very viable, and Germany's got, like, his big rival got a centre out of it as well. So
yeah, you might have thought. We can talk afterwards. Whether the AT would have been better to stick with for Kevin. Here are the tournament standings at the moment. Jason Bennett has picked up 500 points over Kevin. All right, back to the game then. And yeah, no, everyone else is far behind. So Peter Cook, I think, had a chance in terms of the score, but.
The challenge here, though, is Italy building those fleets to go after to protect themselves against France, or to go after Turkey, and it certainly looks like they're going to have to protect themselves from France. Which, again, good news for Kevin.
Good news for Kevin. All right, let's push forward here. Spring of 1904. Over to you, McCallus.
All right, so good news for Kevin as well, in that Russia moves into Vienna, and the Russian units are moving away from Kevin. The Italian units are moving away from Kevin. Good news for him in both fronts there. In the north, there's a lot of bouncing. Nothing actually achieves anything. Quite surprised that Edinburgh does nothing, doesn't offer any supports. A couple times in this tournament, we've seen Jason Bennett just do turns where he doesn't really do anything on those turns, and this seems like another one of those. And there are countries you can get away with that as, in terms of France, for example, and there are countries where that can come back to bite you, and I'm not sure Germany can afford to cede momentum in the same way.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, I suppose Eddie was supposed to support London to the North Sea and neglected to do so. But I'm a little surprised by Munich to Tiroli. I'm not sure what you're hoping to achieve by being in Tiroli at this point. I know it feels like a good place, but if you're looking to gain centers and looking to build momentum in this game, don't you want to be in Silesia in Prussia, or doing something against France, or I don't know, but it doesn't seem like the most productive place to be right now.
Well, it clearly looks like he thought he was fighting Russia, and if that's the case, then yeah, Prussia and Silesia are the places to go for sure. But maybe he thought he was going to be able to support Holden Vienna or something like that. In any case, let's move on to fall of 1904, and here are the orders. McCallus, tell us what you see.
So Russia walks back out of Vienna to take Bohemia. That's interesting. I can only imagine they forgot they didn't own it. Italy takes Trieste but loses Venice. Kevin walks into Budapest behind. So yeah, it's just been a good year for Kevin. And France has entirely turned on Jason. So from the tournament perspective, this is also great news for Kevin Fernandez and really bad news for Jason Bennett.
Yeah, and it's possible that a player like Teague is thinking about his own position and just trying to get the best result possible.
And that's perfectly reasonable. I think that's how Teague should play. I think that's how Teague should play this game, and you got to credit him for doing that. But this is just terrible for Jason, and I think probably he's seeing his chances at winning the tournament slip away right here.
So at the moment, we have Kevin and Jason in a tie for second, which should still advantage Jason, I believe. Should leave them tied with Jason with the center. Oh, no. This allows Kevin to pull ahead of him. Okay. So that must go back to whatever their top score was. Of course, that's right. Kevin has a board top. Jason does not. Jason has a second place as his best finish. All right, so then spring of 1905, back to you, Adam.
Yeah, so in the east, Kevin is advancing his armies, supporting the Russians into Vienna, getting their fleets out. Italy is heading west after the French. It's interesting to see that the Mao and Spain both hold. I'm sort of surprised by that they wouldn't at least self-bounce or something in Western Med or something along those lines, just to keep Italy honest. And in fact, that would have been helpful here. I don't know why Tunis supported Ionian to Tyrrhenian instead of Tyrrhenian to Western Med, but that's what happened. And they pull back to Marseille. So now they've got a little bit of an Italian problem, but they are continuing to make progress against the Germans. They get that second army. That army into Holland off of England. They're making some progress in the north. They've got Russia on side, it would appear, with Norwegian supporting North Sea, which is really quite relevant that they're not covering Norway. They're actually supporting the French. So that's really interesting and bodes well for Teague up there. And again, similarly, is good news for Kevin to see that.
All right, let's push forward into fall here and tell us what you see.
Yeah, so Jason gets the free walk into Paris because Teague had nothing behind it. They're dealing with the Italians, whole lot of bounces around there, and yeah, a whole lot of nothing in the north other than the Germans actually making a little bit of progress and pushing some of the French units back. So we have a trade of Holland for Paris. That doesn't really do a whole lot. But more interesting is in the east, where the Turkish units finally start to move up against Russia. And we've got Turkey getting into Sev with a free walk-in up into Ukraine, Galicia. This is going to be this is a pretty strong move by Kevin right here. There's just not a lot of Russian fire. Oh, he's building one. So
He picked up two elsewhere.
Okay, so it's still an advantage position for Kevin, but will be a little bit harder with the build.
McCallus, do you like the move by Kevin on his Russian ally?
I think that's just won him the tournament. So yeah, I don't see a reason to hate on it. I think it's quite clever to not go for Italy at the same time. There's probably enough time in this game for everybody to have turned around and thrown dots to Jason or whatever to punish him if he did that. But I think just going after Russia here, yes, Russia can build one in Moscow right now, but you can just tap Warsaw and still take Moscow. It's not actually holdable, and you've still got Italian centers in your pocket when you need to take them in the final year of this game. Kevin just needed to get in the top three, or not to be too behind Jason, I think, if I calculate the score correctly, and he's going to do that now. I think Kevin just won the tournament doing that.
Honestly, if I'm Kevin, yeah, I'm pushing to end the game here. There's no reason to keep playing, and that's what happens.
Yep.
And that means that Kevin Fernandez wins Liberty Cup 2023 with a composite score of 13,518 points, edges out Jason Bennett. Yeah, how are you guys feeling about how this tournament ends up? Adam, we'll start with you.
I mean, Kevin dominated his boards. He had two really, really solid boards, and the board where he was attacked and fighting out of the gate, he fought on, and he got a middling result, but I think he worked really hard for that middling result. He deserved this tournament win. Jason played really well as well. But I think Kevin really showed, the best, that he was the best of the crowd in this particular 3-game set.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin got 2 board tops in 3 games, and Jason unfortunately didn't get any, and that's the difference between them in this tournament. Kevin, he maximized his score in the first round, and he timed things impeccably in the final round. Yeah, for Jason, it's so nearly. If Teague hadn't turned around and gone after him, Jason quite possibly would have won this tournament, but Kevin diplomatically managed the East to have them all going away from him, and Jason couldn't quite manage that in the West, and that was again, I think Kevin deserved it for that. It was really, really good tournament all round from Kevin.
All right, I'm going to bring Riaz back onto the stream so that he can give his thoughts on Kevin's win. Welcome back, Riaz. You're on mute. There we go.
Thank you, Brandon. Well deserved. I mean, the stats there, right? You look at the 50% board tops. That pretty much tells you everything you need to know. When somebody wins 50 to 60 or 70% of their games and tops boards there, they're a deserving winner, and that's exactly what we see here.
All right, that'll wrap up our coverage of Liberty. Congratulations to Kevin Fernandez. Congratulations to all the other players for playing. Congratulations to Bill Hackenbach for running a successful tournament. We are now going to say good night to Adam Silverman. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
It's been a pleasure. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, we'll see you on a stream again
Thanks,
very, very soon, I'm sure. All right, gentlemen, that means it is the two of us the three of us. Counting hard. It is the three of us for the last two games of the night, which are the VDL games from October. These are, as I get them back on the screen here, these are the second round and third round games. There was one game in each of those, and I will pull up the second round game in a moment. Riaz, have you played in VDL before?
I have not had an opportunity to play this in this round, but I've played games. I've played one or two games every time with VDL. I'd like to play more. Just life gets busy on weekends, unfortunately.
You, sir, I think have not played a virtual game yet this year, have you?
I have not played a virtual game. I think I have to. There's an upcoming tournament that I might have to defend my title on. So those will probably be my virtual games.
Oh, the VDC.
The winter classic.
All right, excellent. Well, you also need at least one game to qualify for the DBN Invitational, which I believe you are in position to do because you have won a qualifying tournament. Am I right about that?
Correct. So I will definitely be getting into one game for sure.
Oh, yes, Cascadia is not actually an auto qualification. No, it should be. You guys got 9 boards and 21 players, so I take that back. All right, so play a virtual game, and you are in the DBNI. All right, enough of that. Enough of Riaz's credentials. Blah blah blah. Let's head on back over to the VDL. This is a game called Single A, which I think is a baseball reference to the minor leagues. We see our old friend Teague Epright, who we've just seen play a few games in face-to-face now on the virtual the following weekend. He is in Austria, coming out of Philadelphia. In England, we've got Timothy Crosby, a longtime VDL player, sitting in 34th place. That is a surprise for a player like Timothy, who played on last year's top board and has definitely gotten a lot of good results recently. New player for us in France, Sven Ganas out of Belgium. Hopefully I'm saying that name right. Germany, Cody Green. Ironman Cody Green has now set a record for the most VDL games in a single season. This is his 18th game this season. The previous best, I believe, was 16 games by Christian Brown. Cody is in Germany. Italy is Isaac Silbert out of Perth, Australia. I think he was one of the Isaacs in the first round. So playing a second game of the day. Russia, Dan McNeil, a new player for us. And in Turkey, Jason Bennett, who we just saw play a bunch of games. So it's nice to see Jason and Teague on a board together. This is a week later, but maybe there'll be some. Let's see, they are next to each other. Austria, Turkey. Thank you, diplomacy gods have given us a little bit of gift here. So all right, let's see if there's any crossover carryover from their battle as England and France in that last game. And let's view some orders here.
I think Isaac is channeling his inner Tommy Anderson as well and playing in the middle of the night as the Australian in this one.
Oh, that's right. That is the off round for them. Nice call. All right, McCallus, we'll go to you for Spring 1901 moves.
All right, so we have England and Russia both opening northwards. Tim will be quite glad that he's put the army into Edinburgh, and Dan has done the convoy of the DMZ of Galicia and the move of Moscow up to St. Petersburg, which works because Italy and Austria are fighting from the immediate get-go. Meanwhile, Jason slides 2 armies across, which is what you want to be doing when Italy and Austria are fighting from the immediate get-go. So Jason will be quite happy to do that this time.
All right.
Is this an emerging trend of no Galicia bounces? Because I come from a different school of play where you almost always do it. Is this something that's emerging and quite frequent now?
I think this is a theme of the month. It's not been the theme of the season.
Okay.
We'll have to, maybe I'll make a note and ask Brian to come up with the stats for this. He's really good with putting those things together. Let's move into Fall 1901. Tell us what you see, McCollins.
Yet again, we see Sevastopol in Romania as well. Something that's very much been a theme of the night and not a theme of the season. Very, very strong AR vibes from that. Turkey does get into Black Sea as a result and moves Com back to Ankara. You don't see that one so often. Pretty good friendship as well, you'd say, probably between Turkey and Italy, with Italy putting the fleet into Tunis and the army going away. This could be a sort of AR versus IT setup that you don't see very often, and be interesting to see who comes out on top if that is the case. The West looks like Germany attempted a Sea Lion, or they were just trying to cut a support. I'm not entirely sure, but this is why that Liverpool to air, you get to convoy over North Sea and your support can't be cut. Whereas if you were in Yorkshire and you were convoying, no, you'd still be doing it. Never mind. It's not the exact case, but hey, it's 5 a.m. Sorry.
No problem. I just want to call attention to this this guess by Teague Eppright. Well done, man. That is pretty bold. All right. Riaz, thoughts on 1901, how things are setting up?
I really like this for France. I mean, France has not offended anybody here. They've picked up their 2. They got Belgium. They can get Portugal at any time. That specific opening, it creates so many different options. I mean, they could have combined here to keep Germany at 1. I mean, there were so many different options, but playing this neutral is really, really smart because they can continue to do whatever they want and pick up a 6th. Other than that, I'm intrigued if we're going to see Adam's favorite build, Fleet Sevastopol here, because this is another situation that's probably crying for it, isn't it?
It will be surprising if it doesn't happen, given how things have gone tonight. And the answer is it does not happen.
Wow.
Thankfully.
Diplomacy keeps us guessing. But lots of fleets in other interesting places, including. Thank you, Teague Eppright, for entertaining us.
And Cody's fleet in Berlin is kind of interesting too, isn't it?
Yeah,
Fleet Berlin, Fleet Marseille, Fleet Edinburgh. This is very, very strong Western triple vibes, which unfortunately has been a theme of the past few months in virtual.
Well, let's see how the East responds, especially with Teague dropping the hammer here. I mean, this is just like, this combined with all the bouncing in spring 01 and fall of 01. It's just fun. All right. Let's Riaz, talk us through spring 1902.
Sure. Italy supports themselves into the Ionian. Turkey continues to build their position by taking the Aegean here. The Adriatic is now Austrian. I just want to say I really appreciate this Teague's play, because I've seen now in back-to-back games where they really wanted to do something and they just aggressively went after it right off the bat, which is kind of fun to see because you don't see it that often. But in the West, we see the French fleets now, both of them in Iberia. Portugal is now captured. It's looking more and more like there is an EF here because we see some play on Ruhr, and it looks like a pretty fun turn. But I'd be interested to see if France holds on to Belgium after the season.
Yeah, it could be a EF versus RG here with the German moves.
Let's find out. Definitely ER. Talk us through it, Riaz. Sorry, my eye was immediately drawn to this.
Okay. This is it's really interesting because I've seen this now in a couple of games that we've called where England and Russia are working together. It's not something you see quite often. But again, here we have Belgium falling as expected. A lot of pressure now on Italy with Austria in Tyrolia, the Adriatic, and the Tyrrhenian. It looks like we haven't. I'm not sure what Aegean did. I think it supported Greece to the Ionian. Am I
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like we have an AT here, and we have Russia with 2 builds. Very impressive.
Yeah, getting England to support you into Denmark after you've taken Norway. Maybe St. Petersburg was promised, and the bounce is a surprise for Timothy.
Yeah, I mean, this looks very much like a rat in the east now, with Russia sort of just sitting there with that fleet. Jason hasn't moved to Armenia or done anything hostile with that extra army. He's just sat around, and they're just pushing forward against Italy.
All right, let's push forward ourselves and see how things evolve. Spring 1903, McCallus, talk us through the moves.
So Cody built an army in Kiel there as his 5th unit. I think he had one piffed somewhere. It's hard as Germany, for a 1-fleet game. He does get back into Denmark for now, but with England coming down against him, this is going to be a really shaky position for him to maintain any sort of hold on. Russia comes into Prussia, drops to Warsaw as well, into Sweden, into Baltic. So Russia is going all in on an attack on Germany, which is what you do when you're ratting. Meanwhile, the AT continue to advance. Austria walks into Tunis in spring of 03. Turkey walks into Ionian Sea behind. That's a delightful pair of moves for an AT, and it means that even though Turkey is in Greece, I wouldn't be shocked to see that forward convoy into an Italian dot, or at least attempted to do so sometime pretty soon. France, having pulled out of the Med initially, is possibly regretting that and is coming back to do something.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of static from McCallus. All right, let's push forward, and Riaz, I'll have you call out these moves.
Sure. That is Russia getting into Berlin, and also taking Denmark back, because I guess Germany probably incorrectly guessed something around Skagerrak, or Norway moving to Skagerrak, which is unfortunate. It just looks like our German friend here is just getting blitzed. It's just a unfortunate turn. They lose Belgium, they lose Berlin, and they lose their temporary hold of Denmark here. England has now got a build, so some recovery. Austria holds on to Tunis, and they hold on to Venice, while losing Greece. I think there was an expectation that perhaps it might be a convoy into Naples or something. But this is really great. I mean, this is a great position for a rat. I'm just wondering how long this rat continues to stay a rat, and what's next.
Yeah, it's a fascinating move here by Teague. Manages to get a build somehow, and it's been a very aggressive game, entertaining to watch. Worry a little bit for Sven here, idling too much, but first game, maybe just sort of getting his feet wet, or getting their feet wet. As far as builds go, we have Isaac giving up on the naval battle here. Dan in Russia, who has a 3-center lead at the moment and no enemies, puts down another army. Would you rather see a fleet there in the north?
Yeah, I think I would have rather seen a fleet in a rat, but I can also understand them wanting to be a little cautious, because where is Austria's next centers coming from? Are there further Italian centers for them to have, or are Russian ones next?
Yeah, Russia, they've managed to start working with England here, and but it feels like they've got a bunch of allies on different sides, but it feels like it might be a little bit more tenuous than it seems, their position.
Definitely.
So,
and this is great patient play by Turkey here too, because Turkey doesn't really need to grow, crazy fast, and here they have their armies in great spots. I'm a little surprised by the army in Smyrna. but I would have thought that a fleet would have been more necessary. But maybe there's a play upcoming here on the Black Sea and Armenia.
Well, let's find out. Welcome back to the stream, McCallus. I believe it is still Riaz's turn to call the moves out. So Riaz, take us forward.
For sure. And now we see the reason why they built in Moscow, because Romania is lost. There's now a fleet in Apulia. So this is a full-on AT. And it's beautifully crafted here as well, except for the fact that Galicia is unfortunately Russian. Germany's continually pulling their armies back, and England is now in the Norwegian Sea and the North Sea, as well as in Ruhr. So this position for this EF, it's a small EF to start, but it's continually improving.
Yeah, EF first. EF, you've got EF on one side, AT on the other. That's a tough thing for Russia to deal with. Let's push forward into fall of 1904, and then McCallus, we'll get some comments from you. The Riaz, so, you call it.
Oh, sure, no problem. Okay, so it looks like is that a Western triple, because England's now helping Germany?
England supports Kiel to hold from Ruhr and Helgoland. Yeah.
So it looks like it's everybody against Russia at this point.
Well, except look what happens in the East. Looks like AT gets back with Russia.
Oh, right. So I guess they probably saw that Russia was going to pull whatever they had up north, and they probably decided to back off a little. I'm very impressed with Turkey's patience here, because they gave Austria two more builds here, and so that's very impressive. Although I don't know, but is it worth taking out Turkey and giving up Tunis, or would they have been better off keeping Tunis?
Oh, taking out Italy, you mean? Yeah.
McCallus,
what do you think?
Yeah.
I think it's much better to do it this way. Now that those Italian units are off the map, all of those units can move away and go and do aggressive things in future. Whereas the other way around, sure, you could have defended units, but you've still got a lot of problematic units that get in your way for doing stuff in Italy. So I much prefer doing it this way around. And I think Austria also really needed another army in their sort of homeland to deal with this Russian presence and the German presence in Bohemia.
All right, let's move forward and see how this alliance structure holds. So no surprise, you do get this fleet in Marseille, and now, despite the fact that Austria, the AT, has a third fleet on the west side of the boot, they don't have a clear path for moving forward here and actually breaking through this without another fleet on the other side there. We get Timothy Crosby putting another fleet. So Timothy's getting off the map here. You can look over at the center chart and see that he was down to 3, and now, building 1 per year. Maybe not looking so as bad as he was before. All right, let's push forward here into spring of 1905, and back to you, McCallus, for the play-by-play.
So it looks like Jason does absolutely nothing. It says he does hold Turanian Sea, so it's not a full NMR. He's obviously chosen to do nothing, or tried to enter some orders very last minute and failed. Maybe there was a plan to take Rum, but I don't understand why you take Rum unless Greece is going to Serbia to cover the retreat off. Fair enough. If that is the move that was Teague wanted to happen, then that's very much a junior role in the partnership being accepted by him if he's letting Jason cover his own dot for him. Meanwhile, in the north, this sort of EG or Western Triple or whatever it is, but it's definitely not a Western Triple now with France going north. EG is still going up against Russia, and that's still going to be difficult for Dan to defend what he has, but he's done a pretty good job so far, and he's got a surprising amount of units in that area for Russia, so it's not all over for him yet, and now with France coming in behind, that could be his saving grace.
This is a shocking move to me, I have to say, France turning around. Let's see it through another turn, and then we'll come to you, Riaz, for commentary on it. Wow. I didn't see Tunis remaining French here. McCallus, tell us what happens.
I kind of did. I think, the only reason France would have turned around is if AT had gone and pitched it to them. And if AT is pitching it to them, the way that you get France to commit is to say, hey, we won't take Tunis. But I think France has actually made an error here in not trusting that. Like, going back to Western Med, it's too late to save Tunis. If they take Tunis, you're losing Tunis anyway. So commit, go and take these English dots, move into Mao as well, not just one fleet up there by itself. Send the second fleet up and actually go and take these dots, because you're in a race against time. You need to take these dots as fast as you possibly can before AT decides, we don't need you anymore. And this, I think, is actually going to really cost him in terms of momentum. And Tim's building from taking Holland, so there's no walk into Liverpool. Oh no, he's not building because he has lost Belgium. So there is a walk in, but it's not a very easily held one, and this I think is going to be really difficult for Sven to hold on to.
Yeah, you want to be able to convoy in there, get an army on there. So from your perspective, Riaz, how has the game shifted in 1905?
How has the game shifted?
Yeah,
it shifted. It shifted towards AT because France is going to be hard pressed to hold Tunis and to hold back those Austrian armies. So I think for me it depends on what Austria decides to do and how long they feel that Russia is useful in this game, because there's no more pressure with Italy, right? I mean they've captured Italy, and once somebody captures Italy, it's so difficult to take it back from them. No matter who it is, it's just really difficult. So this AT is now fully established, and it's going to stay strong for as long as Turkey wants it to stay strong.
Yeah. So, question for me is how long Jason wants to stick with this. You know, Jason is sitting here at 5 centers for the last couple of years. When does Jason make a move here? Is now the time, Michalis, or should he wait a little bit longer?
I think if he makes the move on Austria, then the massive winner will be Russia. I think Russia, like, yes, AT are the winners from that year, but Russia was a huge winner from that year. Not only has Germany gone down because the EG collapsed from England taking the dot, France is attacking England. Basically, everybody who was providing resistance to Russia in the north has suddenly gone the other direction. And so if Turkey goes in on Austria right now, what mechanism stops Russia from probably taking Norway, Kiel, potentially Munich, Vienna? Like there are so many centers that Russia could get into if AT start fighting. But on the flip side, from Teague's perspective, is Teague going to get a better opportunity than now in the rest of this game to attack Turkey? I probably would say no. And so from Teague's perspective, I might be tempted to cut a deal with Russia right now and just say, right, well, France isn't particularly close to me. I can force Ionian Sea. I can send some armies down. Germany's not a threat. Maybe Teague would go, hey, Russia, let's work together against Turkey, because I don't think Teague will get another opportunity once the AT stabbed Russia. I think at that point it will be either Jason stabs Teague or they stick together for the whole game. There's not going to be a good stab for Teague after that.
All right, let's find out what happens. Riaz, you are on the play-by-play here.
Wow, Jason has decided to go after Russia and Austria, which is really, really interesting play. Unless there's some move from Serbia to Romania in the fall, it's looking like Turkey's just decided to go really big. And then we see the continual struggles for Russia trying to break into Norway. That didn't happen. England has decided, or at least it appears to, that it's not going to defend its centers against France. It's just going to make sure that Russia can't get anywhere. England, perhaps they're serving as a janissary here for France, because instead of making any sort of play on Belgium, they decided that they're going to try for Kiel. And other than that, it looks like Austria has advanced their fleets, but pulled their armies back.
All right, we have a misorder here. Army was supported into Sweden rather than convoyed. Let's move forward. And that is quite significant, but let's move forward here and see how fall of 1906 plays out. Riaz, talk us through it.
Interesting. So Turkey did, in fact, follow up with that and take 2 centers from Russia. Russia offset that by taking Kiel and at least limiting the damage. England has now pushed back. They tried for Belgium, didn't work. Interesting thing here is that Austria is now in Munich. In addition to that, they're in Galicia. So those armies are getting into really nice juicy spots. And in the south, France has now taken the Tyrrhenian Sea, which was interesting because if I was Turkey, I'm not sure that in an AT I'd want France there.
Yeah, I think that taking rum from Serbia was the only thing that made sense for Turkey to do that. They weren't in a position they could fight both at the same time, so I think it was always planned that Greece would go through Serbia to Romania. The interesting thing for Russia is that, yes, they got into Kiel, they finally got Germany off of this board. The problem is that doing that also strengthened one of the people attacking them because it gave Austria Munich. So I look at the fact that there was obviously a deal cut between Russia and England now after the years of fighting that Russia doesn't take Norway, and I struggle to understand why that deal was actually kept by Russia at this point. I think if Sweden was in Norway right now, what's England going to do about it? I would just much rather have gone to Norway there, or to pull both of those armies back and go and do something to defend Moscow. I think this is just the worst of both worlds.
Pretty good news for Jason Bennett, though, and certainly for the AT, which is ascendant, possibly an FAT, if you will. All right, we've got a bunch more armies on the board in the east, and in the west we get another fleet from Sven. It looks like Sven and Timothy got their signals or their wires crossed, and are not on the same page. Let's push forward here into 1907, and we are back to McCallus.
And we are back to Sven and Timothy being on the same page, as Timothy does not go to retake Liverpool, and France drops back into the med, realizing that the AT are now going to come in on Tunis, because why wouldn't they at this stage? So probably a good time to drop into the med. Turkey pushes up into Ukraine and piffs the Russian army, which is gigantic. That. It's
really good tactics here. Yeah.
It is good tactics, and for Dan, I know that he's quite new, at least to this scene. I don't know if he's played before, but this is a learning turn for him, because there is no world where you should be allowing Ukraine to be getting piffed here. Like, St. Petersburg should have been supporting Ukraine into Moscow so that you keep that army on the board at all costs, and that is a catastrophic reversal for him. He's going to lose Moscow. He's going to lose Warsaw as well.
He can hold on to Warsaw if Moscow moves with Prussia support here. So let's see if that happens. That does.
So it'll only be for a turn.
Well, I'm not sure about that, because now he's got armies in Prussia, Livonia, St. Petersburg. And
fair,
the Silesian army is piffed here. And I'm sorry, does he have a rebuild? I believe Russia has a rebuild. Yeah. So turn that around remarkably well.
I mean, France NMR, did they?
Is that right? Oh, it looks like it.
I see absolutely no orders from France that term, which is unfortunate. It's also unfortunate for the AT that they didn't go for Tunis when France NMR.
Yeah, I think the only consequence is that Venice gets into Piedmont, and that wouldn't have happened. Marseille surely would have gone to Piedmont here.
As far as NMR's critical turn can go, this was as inconsequential as it possibly could have been. So, fortunate in that regard.
They would have gotten in to Piedmont in this turn anyway. So, all right, well, let's push ahead here. It's so sort of from a broad perspective here. There's sort of a clear alliance structure now. It seems like England, France, Russia against Austria, Turkey. Is there any reason for anybody to break the alliance?
I mean, there's a reason for Tim Crosby, because that's what he's doing. I think Tim Crosby is playing for himself in this game. Both of them have lied to him and attacked him at different times. Although I think Tim has done more attacking on Russia than the other way around. I'm surprised that out of the two he's chosen to attack, it is Russia here.
Why is that?
I mean, France is in Liverpool. Like, there's pretty good reason for him to go after France, and also I feel like attacking Russia. I mean, yeah, he can take Denmark and Sweden and probably hold it to the end of the game, but these are all minor points, and it's just going to help the other side of the board.
He'll need France's help, I believe.
The other thing I'd want to point out here is if I was Austria, I'd probably get really nervous with the number of Turkish armies that are on the board. Normally, if I play an AT, if I'm Austria, I insist that Turkey is primarily building fleets, and I'm just wondering where those armies are gonna end up going fairly soon.
These 3 armies down here aren't really needed. They could easily be fleets.
And these are timed games, and Jason will be clock watching, and Jason will know that in the final year they can just walk in unopposed to a bunch of dots.
Yeah, these games usually go 10 or 11 years max. So we are getting to the point of the game where if you're going to try to make a move, you do it. Okay, so now we do have these strange hold orders that are consequential. They do enable the AT to break into Tunis here. In the north, the position they got by getting into Silesia enables them to take Warsaw. Meanwhile, it is clear that Timothy Crosby is fighting Russia and getting some kind of assistance from France, even if it's only to attack Munich here. Okay, net result is that Tim goes +1, Austria, Turkey both go +1, and Dan has to remove another unit, which is because there was a PIF. The loss 2. All right.
So I mean, France didn't NMR that turn. They were deliberate holds. All of their other units moved. I wonder if this is some sort of diplomatic play, that they were giving a center to Austria deliberately, whilst making sure that there wasn't any way to follow up against them afterwards.
I mean, the only incentive I could see for that is to build a unit to protect against a Turkish stab. Riaz, can you see any other reason for that?
That could be one reason. The other reason why is, and I think we've all been through this before, is when you're newer to the game sometimes, and you have 7 or 10 centers, you haven't really learned how to play with that many centers and deal with the deadline. And so and I've been through it a lot of times myself, where you're kind of rushing and you're kind of panicking of what am I going to do? Like how am I going to get all these centers in? And all of a sudden you see that clock get down and you just run out of time, or there's a glitch on your system, or your internet goes down for a few seconds, and all of a sudden the turn adjudicates before you could put all your orders in.
Yeah.
All possible. All right. So now we are at the point of the game where if someone's going to make a move, now is the time. And Timothy's already tried to make his move, coming up from 4 centers. Let's see how high he can get. I'll just call these out. He does get into Denmark. He does have some position here, but also has some defending to do. Meanwhile, Austria gets into Munich. And Greece does go to Serbia, question whether it's planned or not. But the bottom line is that Jason Bennett has a lot of armies in position to do a lot of damage to the Austrian centers if he so chooses. Does he choose? No. And in the north, Timothy takes Sweden but loses Norway. Still a +1 for him. In the south, some interesting tactics here, actually, with the AT giving up Tyrrhenian Sea but blowing up that army. I suppose that was inevitable once that army got in there. Rome was going to be tapped, so better to eliminate that. How do you guys feel about that? The giving away of Tyrrhenian Sea.
I think it's a lot less costly than it should have been, because it should be Lyon that took Tyrrhenian Sea and Tunis falling as a result. And because that hasn't happened for whatever reason, whether it's diplomatic, whether it's France being new to the game and not realizing, AT have got away with it. So good for them.
Yeah, and with the +1, I mean, leaving Lyon open would have been completely fine, because you've got Marseille open. So is that a rebuild?
Yes, from Tuscany being piffed.
Yeah, of course. Okay, great. So we have Jason Bennett putting down another army. Jason picked up Serbia here. And so, I mean, Jason is just in position to put down a massive result here if he wants to. And Jason was pretty far down the standings, so a big result here would definitely help him shoot up. Let's see if he goes for it. Spring of 1910. Picks up St. Petersburg, and so now, has certainly Budapest in pocket, could make a play for Vienna and Trieste if he wants to. I think if he'd moved in the spring, he could have guaranteed some of those dots. But elsewhere, Timothy moves another army forward. Sven keeps going back and forth between Liverpool and Irish Sea. All right, fall of 1910. Tell me what you guys see. Romania takes Budapest. Vienna is untouched. Trieste is bounced, and Austria gets into Berlin. So plus some fleet movement in the south, and that's how the game ends. Must be by time, since it ended in the winter. Wow. So Jason,
this could actually just be an agreement in the spring that this was done as well. Like I that looked quite arranged, that final year, to me.
If it had been a draw, then we would have had the winter phase.
Okay.
So because the draw can only actually happen in a spring or fall phase.
All right.
Wow. So this is how the game ends. It is still quite a good result for Jason Bennett. Hard not to feel like he left some dots on the table, though. How do you guys feel about this result? Riaz, we'll start with you.
It's a great result for Jason. Very, very patient, and diplomatically, he was able to get around building armies with Austria, which was really, really well done. I almost get the feeling that perhaps France would have been better off keeping a low profile in the south, and they committed too many fleets south, where England might have been their better front to move on. But kudos here to Tim, because he was on the ropes. I mean, he was at 3, right, as England, and he finished at 6, which was really, really well done.
And McCallus.
Yeah, I think it was a really, really solid AT, and they worked together really well. They used Russia in the early game really effectively to counter the West, and then they timed the attack on Russia to perfection. Like, it was no longer in their interest to serve with Russia, so they just went full force into them, and Dan made that one tactical error around Moscow, and it just, well, this is the result. That they lost everything, and AT got it all. Yes, Jason's left some dots on the table, and I think back to last year, he so narrowly missed out on the top board. Maybe it will come back to haunt him, but I would imagine he's done some maths, and I'm trying to do that maths in my head right now on whether he's overtaken me. But I think this will at least put him into 5th place, if not 4th.
All right. Jason is in the comments, and he says everything was negotiated with Teague and Dan. Taking something like Vienna, it's only 10 points, could make a difference. Then you have to balance that with the diplomatic cost. But sometimes it is better to ask for forgiveness than permission, or to push harder for a deal, right? Like if Jason's, this is what I need to make the top board, the loss of the 3 points or doesn't make that much of a difference to you. That sort of argument.
Yep.
Let's have a look at how the standings are after this round and see where Jason Bennett lands. He lands in 8th place, just 13 points. So this would be 2 dots as a board topper would have gotten him into 7th place. So depending on what his other scores are, that may actually put him in. He may just need another board top to make it onto the top board. But another 10 or 20 points really wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I think I obviously couldn't do the maths that quickly in my head. I didn't realize he played as many games he did. So actually improving your score is much harder when you've played more games, because the average can't shoot up from one good game. So yes, you can improve by improving your best 3, but your overall average score isn't going to go up that much. So you're getting smaller chunks each time. And that definitely makes me think I probably would have taken at least Vienna and Trieste from that game and gone, sorry, Teague.
So I just pulled up his scores. That is his best score of the season. His next best scores are 90 and 63 and 55. His average is 32, which is pretty good for an average. But yeah, he still has room to move up. Another 120 would add it looks like about 60 points to his score. So, and that would get him above Michalis Kamaridis. All right, let us move ahead into the final game of the night. This is game number 158, nicknamed Double A. I don't know why it's not showing up. There we go. All right. In Austria, we find Nicholas Spencer out of Tennessee. England, we find Ironman Cody Green out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. France, we've got Michael Renfro, who I believe is playing his first game in VDL. Germany finds Matthew Tatanchi out of Portland. Italy, Timothy Crosby out of Florida. Russia, the other Isaac Yukis in Great Britain, playing in the middle of the night for him. And also out of Great Britain is Christopher Ward, also playing in the middle of the night for him. So some late night folks gracing our stage. Any thoughts on storylines that jump out at you guys?
So if anyone watched the Summer Classic stream, they'll remember that Isaac Dukes played all 6 games of the Summer Classic, just decided not to sleep for the entire weekend. Not shocked to see him playing in the middle of the night. Nicholas Spencer is Bob the Builder from Olympus Diplomacy. He's recently started playing in virtual, played face-to-face at Dixie as well, and it's good to see him now start playing in VDL as well. Excited to see him. And that's 4 new faces, I think, in these 2 games. I don't remember if there were also new faces in the morning games, but yeah, just great to see new faces continuing to crop up through the season.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Before we dive into this game, I do want to say to Jason Bennett, congratulations on the board top. I think we were so focused on not maximizing the points to the nth degree that we failed to simply say that, or I failed to simply say. I think you guys said that he played a great game, and congratulations on that. All right, shall we? And so it's Jukes then, is how to say his name?
Yes, Isaac Jukes.
All right. I will put that in my brain bank, and let's jump in. I think, Riaz, I'm going to switch you and put you on the odd-numbered years, which makes you play-by-play for this already, I can see, entertaining Spring 01.
All right. Well, I guess we see, again, nothing in the channel. Somebody go to the channel in one of these games. It's more fun that way. The supported move into Burgundy. A more conservative play by England in Cody going to Yorkshire rather than what I've seen quite a bit of the Edinburgh play. Interesting play by Isaac there. Again, I guess I can kind of see the holding in Moscow, and this is probably a variation of that and something a little different, but same end result. Again, nothing in Galicia. Standard openings from Germany, and. I like this opening by Italy, the one where they go to Tyrolia. I like that quite a bit. And Wardy playing the Don't Offend Anybody Turkish opening.
We didn't call it out before the game started, but Matthew in 7th and Cody in 5th is a very interesting dynamic to watch in the West. They're currently scrabbling over the same spots. Maybe one of them will have a great game and scrabble for a better spot, but at the moment they're very much in competition with each other, and also with Wardy, I think, who's just outside the top 10.
Yeah, and knowing these players, you've played with them, with all of them, I think, a bit. Do you think this makes them more or less likely to work together?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure Cody follows the standings exactly in terms of who he works with. I think Cody plays so many games he'll work with anyone. Matthew, I've got less experience with, so maybe Matthew will be keeping an eye on it. He comes from extended deadline background. He's played Nexus finals, I believe, with Riaz, and so I'm sure Matthew knows very well how to keep an eye on the standings. And I think if there's anyone on this board I'd expect to be watching the standings, I'd say it's probably Matthew.
Yeah. And I'd say France and Russia are in great spots here because England and Germany are going to be watching each other very closely and focusing on each other very closely. Turkey's probably best option here might be to push against against Austria as well.
All right, let's do fall of 1901 orders. Riaz, tell us what you see.
Or maybe not. We see Turkey in the Black Sea, in Armenia. They tried to contest Romania. Perhaps they were trusting Austria to support them in, whereas Austria did what I would normally do, and that's support myself into Greece. Interesting to see Italy in Vienna there, and in addition taking Tunis with their fleet, which could potentially signal an early IT. In addition, we have this is a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah.
So we have a 3-build France in Munich. We have a 1-build Germany, unfortunately, because they lost Munich. And we have England in convoying into Belgium. So this is actually a really, really fun and interesting turn.
Did every neutral get taken here? I think so.
Yep.
Let's advance. Yeah, look at that.
If as a foremost propagandist in favor of Krakens here, if Wardy puts an army down right now, this is when you just roll an IT through the sort of remnants of the opposition in the south here.
And do you build Fleet Venice by any chance?
No.
All right. The answer is Fleet Rome. That is a surprise. That is perhaps a reaction to a 3-build France, which it turns out was a premature reaction because we have 3 armies from Michael Renfro in France. Can't say I have seen that before.
Nobody's making French dots anytime soon.
That's from the Goffey school of France, isn't it? I've seen him do that with putting down a massive set of armies.
And just saying, you shall not pass.
I mean, this is great news for Cody Green. I mean, Germany only had 1 build, couldn't build a fleet with it. Russia didn't build a fleet in the north. This is an incredibly fleet light west now, which is really just glorious news for Cody. This is such an opportunity for him.
Yeah, this is a case where I would like to have a fleet in London. Just fleets. Just send them all. Get them into good places where they can do things for you.
But I'd say diplomatically, you don't need it when no one else has fleets.
Yeah. All right, let's see if he's got a unit in St. Petersburg. Let's see if Cody is able to handle the diplomatic situation. Instead, he goes into the English Channel. McCallus, you are on here. Talk us through what happens here.
So Cody decided he's got his pick of who to go after because neither of them built fleets. He's gone after France. I'm surprised. With all those French armies, it's going to be very, very difficult to actually take anything from France, and France can still cover Mao very easily with that 1 fleet. So, this is a surprising choice for me. I probably would have been shooting straight into Heldenby and just wiping Matthew out of this game, but Cody's definitely not standing watching. We can take that conclusion. In the east, Wardy also has Nicholas on side, so whether this is a IT, an AT, some sort of very weird AIT, isn't completely clear yet, but yeah, this is just bad news for Isaac, who loses Romania. Is probably going to lose Sevastopol pretty soon. It'll be interesting to see what Wardy does with those armies now.
All right, let's find out. Fall of 1902. What happens?
So it still isn't entirely clear who Wardy's working with. He convoys into Romania, but given that Romania walked out, that could well be with Austrian agreement. Greece, you would imagine, is not with Austrian agreement, but Austria, given that they were forcing Galicia, this was that they couldn't defend Trieste and Greece at the same time, so they've chosen to defend Trieste, cost them Greece. I think out of the 2, I'd rather lose Greece, so fair enough. Cody does not get to convoy into Picardy because it turns out that a 4-army France is really difficult to convoy. Not sure anyone could have seen that one coming. France is pulling, but Silesia is superfluous. So it'll be very interesting to see what Matthew does now, because given that Cody's done that, he's probably going to expect Matthew to put an army down because, hey, I'm going in against France, and you don't necessarily need a fleet, but you don't want to be building a fourth army as Germany here, so you're going to have to straddle that line diplomatically on how to justify to England that I still need another fleet.
All right, and the answer is army.
Okay.
We do get a fleet from Christopher Ward. So this suggests that he's all in AT, I believe. There is no IT. I think much to McCallus's chagrin, I assume. All right, and we actually Michael Renfro keeps Army Silesia and withdraws Army Marseille.
I mean, that's one way that EG can break into Burgundy now. So yeah, he might regret that.
All right, let's find out if he does. Riaz, talk us through spring of 1903.
All right. Wow. The fleet in the English Channel got into the Mid-Atlantic, which means Iberia is now, there's a guaranteed Iberian center for England should they choose to take it. In addition, Germany has now pushed that French army out of Silesia. It's now had a retreat into Galicia, which is great. Austria took the Ukraine. Sevastopol, the fleet is destroyed. It's now a Turkish center. And Wardy is able to move all his pieces beautifully. I mean, he's now in the Aegean as well, so defensively in a much more sound spot. Apparently, Italy does not want to go after France, but at the same time does not want to go after Turkey as well by leaving the Ionian Sea open.
Yeah, everything's coming up Wardy right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a really interesting call from Tim to not go into Ionian Sea. It suggests he's not that afraid of Wardy's fleet build, and this is perhaps why.
All right, talk us through it, Riaz.
All right, so Turkey continues to advance. They picked up Sevastopol. They picked up Serbia. France decided to cut a support for Budapest in order to help this IT. England has now picked up Spain. They were able to outguess France on the English Channel. They were able to hold on to Belgium. Burgundy was attacked, but I guess Cody decided he did not want to support that attack from Munich for whatever reason. But at the same time, these two rivals in England and Germany, who we thought would be butting heads because of scores, are actually working together. And Isaac has decided to put his Russian fleet into Bothnia instead of the Baltic Sea.
This EG is really, really favourable towards Cody, because now that Sweden's fallen, Matthew has no justification whatsoever to build a fleet ever for the rest of this game. And any fleet is just an open declaration of war on England, basically. And given that Germany only has one fleet, France only has one fleet, who knows, they could be pulling that off the board right now for all we know. Yeah, Cody just has complete dominance of the seas. The Russian fleet in the north goes as well. Yeah, what a strategic position for Cody.
And at the moment I said there was no IT, it's full IT from there. We get two armies from Chris Ward, a fleet from Tim Crosby, which presumably is headed west here. Let's find out. All right, over to you, McCallus, for 1904.
All right, so Italy pushes down into Trieste. Wardy pulls up into Bulgaria. Doesn't get into Ukraine, so it isn't all coming up Wardy yet. But I mean, the Wicked Witches are both having incredible games right now. Cody gets into the English Channel and maybe even has some sort of deal with France going, given that he helped France or offered a support for France to take Mao. Not entirely sure that that's likely to be in his favour. I think if I'm Tim Crosby right now, I'd strongly consider supporting France into Spain and letting them get rid of that English fleet just to sort of reverse the position. Because Cody's got such a dominating role in the West right now. But Matthew Tatonci is using all of these armies to push south rather than east. So they are fighting the IT rather than trying to take as many dots as they can. And that's going to cause problems for Tim Crosby pretty soon.
All right, fall 1904.
Tim is dislodged from Vienna, but just gets to retreat it into Budapest, so no real loss there. But in terms of strategic position, Germany's in Galicia and in Tyrolia. Turkey hasn't got into Ukraine. France, it seems, is actually working as a janissary for England as well. So that just means that England controls every single fleet in the entire western half of this board. Great news for Cody yet again. Tim, not having seen this coming, hasn't pulled Greece out to Ionian to start covering from this massive threat. And yeah, IT, much as I love ITs, their position is pretty terrible if it's IT versus EFGAR.
I'm not sure if you noticed the taking of St. Petersburg. You probably did, but it's now everything's coming up Cody. Riaz, how do you feel about 1904? Do you think the power has shifted towards Cody Green?
Absolutely. They've got a compliant France who's happy to work with them, and there's not enough. It doesn't appear that there's enough IT fleets advanced enough quite yet to be able to do anything about it. I mean, if England and France continue to work together here, Western Med is lost, right? And you know, it looks like a great turn for Cody. I'm still curious about that fleet being parked in London. Is that part of the deal with Germany here? I'm not sure, but it certainly is very interesting. But it's always nice to be on the side of the board in a corner where everybody's moving away from you, and there's absolutely nothing around you, which is exactly the position Cody's in. So kudos to him for doing such a great job.
And if you're Cody right now, you're probably telling Germany, hey, put Sweden down into Baltic so that you're away from me as well.
Yeah, it's this potential tension between Cody and Matthew, both on currently in the top 7, but tenuously, and Matthew especially tenuous. Does that end up creating some kind of friction that shows itself in the moves? All right, we are back to McCallus. I'm sorry, to Riaz for 1905.
Okay, so Cody, I'm not sure whether that was expected or not, but Cody pushes into Spain pushes into the Western Med at the expense of Spain. But they do get Brest. It looks like they're continually shifting their units. They're now in Picardy. That fleet in London is now in a better position. I would have probably put Yorkshire into Wales. What's interesting, though, is it looks like Germany's made a play here on England because they've taken Norway, they've taken Belgium. Their position is strong enough that I don't think that they would be under threat to lose either of them. They've also picked up Vienna as well. So really, really good, strong turn here for Germany. Turkey continues to advance their units. Italy has now finally pulled Greece back up, and so looks like a great turn for Germany, and not so much for England.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Belgium was agreed. Norway obviously would not be agreed. I'm interested by that take of Vienna, though. Like, that just looks to me like something you can't possibly hold in autumn. And if you're planning to reverse, I might have considered trying to shoot for Silesia and Warsaw, and a centre that actually is a lot more holdable for Germany in this position than Vienna. Unless you're expecting IT to break right now, which I think would be premature from either of them, that just looks like a unit that's about to be piffed anyway.
Unless there was a deal where they said, okay, well, you know, what is it going to take for you to turn on England? And the deal was, okay, well, let me rent Vienna and so that I can build 2 fleets.
It's fair.
One subplot here that I think we haven't given enough airtime to is Christopher Ward, who I think was on the second page around 11th or 12th coming into the evening. So, you know, he's got an opportunity to make a move up the leaderboard with a nice score here.
Yep.
All right, fall of 1905. Sticking with you, Riaz.
Okay, the IT is no longer. It's gone. Greece is now Turkish. Turkey now advances into Ukraine. They've got their armies in much more favorable positions. They've also got Budapest. Germany was able to not only hold on to Vienna, but also support Austria into Trieste. It appears that this is actually a legitimate stab here by Germany, because they also gave St. Petersburg to England. So this English position, which looked so strong just one game year ago, has crumbled to a -1, -2, -3. Is that right?
With a gain in Brest, so net of -2.
But they lost Spain, they lost Belgium, St. Petersburg.
Oh, and Norway and some. You're right.
Yeah,
so,
so it's really unfortunate turn for Cody.
Isaac building is delightful,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's. Go ahead.
I think, like I said before this turn, that maybe IT stabs. I think it's premature, and I do actually think this is premature for Wardy, though. I don't see him having the ability to put the fleets down fast enough to move into the vacuum that's forming in Italy now, and I question his future growth paths. Instead, somehow, from nowhere, it's Matthew Tatonci who is looking like he's in an incredible position, and he has growth in all directions. Wardy has very, very narrow paths to get further growth now.
I have to say, this is a really impressive turn by Matthew Tatonci to not only hold on to Vienna, but to craft a new alliance structure that benefits him in multiple ways. So getting Austria, that may actually be less clear. Getting Austria into Italy potentially makes it harder to hold Turkey back, but it at least allows him to keep Vienna, right? That was the price for that. But getting Russia a build who can help, who both hurts his direct competitor in the West, but also maybe can help hold back his other competitor in the East. Really like that move.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right, winter 1905. Unfortunately for Matthew, he can only put down 2 units because he has a home center open. I suppose he has a home center blocked. I suppose he could have moved Munich to Silesia here. That would have been pretty bold. But why not, right? Like if you're going down this path, why not go all the way? For his trouble, he puts down 2 fleets. I guess he has to do that to try to consolidate gains in the north. Elsewhere, yep.
I'd also say that maybe you actually want that 3rd unit to be yet another fleet next year.
Oh, yeah. I suppose if you're not going after Russia, but still, an army in Silesia would have been very nice here to get purchase over Galicia. Yeah. All right, spring 1906. We are back to you, Michaelis.
So Wardy building an army in Con really confused me there. You've just stabbed Italy. Surely you need to be putting as many fleets on the board as possible, but chooses not to. He's pulling out a Black Sea instead, which is going to cause him a bit of an army bottleneck in future if he can get anything more. But I guess at the moment he isn't getting anything more, and he's decided 3 fleets is enough to play defense. Cody, meanwhile, his position having sort of collapsed in 1 year. Now Convoy's back to defend what's left and loses Brest in the process. So Cody has gone from a pretty dominant strategic position to really painful reversal. That's got to hurt. Matthew is there to drive the knife in as much as possible. The fleets come into north.
What was Cody's mistake from your perspective?
I think he tried to have 2. I guess he just overreached. He had a really strong strategic position, but maybe there was a little complacency. Maybe there was, I've got such a dominant position that it can't go wrong from here. I've got so much control, and France turning round, I think, was actually the bigger problem. Like Germany, there was always a possibility of stabbing, and Cody probably should have bounced Norway at least. But that's just one center. That's only one small mistake, and that by itself wouldn't have caused this pain. The real pain was France turning around, taking Spain back, and then Cody not going for Portugal, trying to trust France again in autumn, and that just completely collapsed his position in the south, and that I think was far, far more costly than what happened in the north.
If you're going to move mid-Atlantic to Irish Sea, where it can't really do anything, I think Barents Sea might have been the better one to keep, especially if you're going to give France Brest anyways, because at least you can pull it back to the Norwegian Sea and it can be back on the front, or keep that Norwegian fleet honest, right?
Yep.
But yeah, it's interesting with Cody in this case because it seemed like he had a chance to either severely cripple or eliminate France or Germany and didn't do either one. And so maybe that's a lesson for England's, is when you have the chance to take out one of those, you do it.
They were both very big as well to be sort of junior partners, and you can be a senior partner with two big junior partners, but it's scary, and if they coordinate in any way against you, it can go very wrong very quickly, as it has here.
And that's precisely what happened. All right, fall of 1906 then. Let's move forward here, still with you, McCallus.
So the East, not all coming up, Matthew, now. Austria has flipped to being a Turkish janissary. Bordy doesn't actually get anything out of it, because instead it's his Italian pseudo-rival who gets Trieste for the moment. But he does get some benefit in terms of Matthew loses a dot, and actually Matthew loses 2 dots. Isaac Jukes for the second year running is building as Russia, having dropped to 2 centres, now walks into Norway. Thank you for the support to St. Petersburg last year, Matthew. I'm just going to take Norway from you, and this maybe again, this is Matthew with a junior partner who he's put a little bit too much trust in. And from Isaac's perspective, why on earth wouldn't you do that there? Like, Matthew doesn't really have an ability to respond to this, and
yeah, gets you back in the game.
Yeah, fair play to Isaac. This is going to be a really interesting situation in the West, and France also recovering now. I'd love to see them put a fleet down. Please don't put a 4th army down again.
Yay.
There we go.
Good.
Oh, a Northern Fleet from Isaac. That is, if you are Christopher Ward, you are saying thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's glorious.
It's a fun center chart too. Just seeing how many reversals there are on here. Italy up, down, up. Same with France, sort of up, down, back up. Russia sort of recovering here. All right, who's is this now Wardy's game to lose?
The thing is, I still don't overly love his position in terms of growth. Like, Wardy wins this game topping on 9 or 10 centers, and that's it. Like, he still doesn't actually have more centers to take. And how that year went incredibly for him, but can he keep playing the diplomatic X counters Y enough times for 9 or 10 centers to be enough centers to win the game? That's going to be the question for him. It's very easy for someone in the West to get that dominant position, whether that's Matthew making a recovery. It's probably not going to be Cody from here, but you couldn't rule out France from this sort of position. If somehow you get diplomatic support from England into Belgium, and all of a sudden France is on 6 and England's on the defense, and there's enough centers in the West for France to take a couple and top the board. Russia, it's hard to imagine, but all of them have some slight chance at topping if they're the one who come out on top on the West. Like, whoever comes out on top on the West, if there is someone who does it, is probably going to have 10, 11 centers.
Riaz, how do you see it?
I agree. I'm not sure I can add much more. I'm interested to see where France goes next. That's something that I'm very interested in seeing, because with those 2 English armies on the island, I think it would be very difficult for France to make much traction there. And I'm also interested to see where Wardy goes for his next start. Is it going to be through Warsaw? Is it going to be through Moscow, or is it going to be finding a way to gobble up another center from Italy here?
Yeah, I guess the tough part is if you go take Warsaw and Moscow, then Germany gets Norway and St. Petersburg, and if you keep the board top, then that's another 20 points for you. But
I like Isaac building a fleet. It's a lot of fun. I think that he probably should have built it in the south coast. I think that that's a much easier position to get out from here.
100%. All right, let's see what happens. And the answer is that the game ends. Surprise?
I guess that the relations in the West were so damaged between everyone that nobody could put together some sort of coherent, let's have two people working against a third. And if that's the case, then Wardy was going to top whether this ended in 1907 or 1910. So congrats to Wardy. Really well played.
Yeah. I think Wardy left some points on the table, though.
It's hard for me not to feel that as well. You know, Warsaw, Moscow are there. Maybe you can get around, and you know, it kind of depends on what you can work out with Timothy.
I think yes, but I think there's also, like we said that about Jason last game, and Jason played an incredible game and got a really good score, and he had his reasons, and I can understand those reasons. I don't think that Wardy had as risk-free an approach to taking more dots as Jason. Jason could have taken those dots and just said, hey, sorry about it, it's what happens. Wardy continuing this game, it's only 1907. There's probably at least 2, probably 3 more years in this game. And
maybe
Matthew
4.
Tatonci could make a comeback from this position. So there is risk that continuing the game, actually he loses the top. And I think that that's a much bigger downside than the 10 or 20 points that you would gain from drawing this out.
Yeah, and it's the English centers that are the key here, right? Because Germany has access to them. And so if he gets 2 of those plus Norway, St. Petersburg, and Chris only gets 2 more, then he's lost the board top. And there, you know, before Wardy took the lead here, I think that he was tied at 68 points. So jumping up from a shared board top to even a small board top of 9 centers is significant in the scoring system.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look then how things stand after the final game of the October game day of VDL. And if I can pull up my control panel and click the right button, we will see it. Here we are. We find that the movers today, Christopher Ward is the big one. Actually does, with that 90 points, make it barely onto the top board, raises the cut line from, I think it started the night at around 290, and now we've gotten it bumped up to 311. And Matthew Tatonci falls just out of the top board. So he's got some work to do. In fact, I think all of these players have work to do. And let's see it. Let's go. So Jason Bennett also makes a big move. Doesn't quite make it onto the top board, but does move up from, gosh, it was like 19th or 20th, right?
I think it was only about 14th, 15th at the start of the night, but he slipped down from the earlier games that were played.
Okay, and then made his way back up.
Yeah.
Let's pop down to see 11 through 20. Of the players who played tonight, Isaac Jukes did play. Ranoveski played. Teague Upright definitely played. Nicholas Lawton did play.
The board top. He's moved up from that.
That's right. So he's somebody who has significant potential to move up now in the next 2 game days.
And Bradley obviously still has an entire score to add on to his score.
Yeah, at 210. So a board top, medium-sized board top would put him onto the top 7. All right, gentlemen, you guys have any final thoughts on what you've witnessed tonight, besides a lot of DMZs in Galicia?
I like the fact that I've seen a lot of turkeys top the board. That's 3 games in a row. So it's really nice to see that after seeing Turkey get beaten up for so long consistently. So that was a really cool thing to see.
Yeah, and I find that especially interesting that the other theme of the night was Russia parking fleets in Romania, and we saw that time and time again, and yet Turkey is the one who's ended up benefiting most from that by the looks of it. At least 2 of the games that Turkey topped tonight started with Russia taking Romania with a fleet, which is very counterintuitive to what you'd normally expect, and it's really fascinating to see that kind of different meta and the different outcomes that unfolds, because off the top of my head I can't think of an easy natural explanation for why that would be, and I love that sort of thing.
Yeah, I wonder if it's something like your point for the bounce in the English Channel benefiting England and France. There's something about a small setback in 1901 that can turn into that a good player can turn into a diplomatic advantage. and lure the others into a false sense of security. Maybe I do have actually the ability to show us the current power averages, and here they are. Obviously we don't know what they were at the start of the night, but France is still pretty strong, the strongest country both in terms of scoring average and the number of tops. But number 2 is Turkey. This is a big shocker. This is definitely a change for this season. And it's a welcome change. It's nice to see Turkey, not being such a death sentence. But yeah, look at that. It's the number 2 power in terms of scoring and topping.
And
yeah, that's
Italy,
definitely.
too.
Yeah, I mean, Italy down the bottom pains me deeply inside. But the Turkey thing, that's definitely been a second half of the season. Like Germany, last season, Germany was bottom of these power averages, and Germany's had like 2 really rough years on the virtual circuit, and Germany bounced back, and that's been noticeable throughout the season. We saw a lot of FGs this season, and Germany doing much better than it had been last year when EF was the default. But Turkey, this is a much more recent, I think, surge up the standings. So a very more in the moment meta than the Germany that's had a sort of solid baseline throughout.
And Riaz, you're a well-known Turkey expert. Is this warming your heart?
Absolutely, and I didn't even have to wear the fez.
All right then. Oh, it's good to see Hal Schild up here. Currently has best Germany for the season. So well done, Wes, or Hal, and also Wes Ketchum, former Weasel, currently living in Switzerland. All right, gentlemen, thank you both so much. Riaz, it's been great to have you back on the stream after a long absence. Hopefully it doesn't take so long to get you back.
For sure.
McCallus, thank you so much for staying up into the wee hours of the morning.
Always a pleasure.
Like I said, it's time for you to go crawl on your coffin.
It's nearly daylight.
Definitely find a vampire replacement if need be for Vancouver. All right, guys. In the immortal words of Siobhan Nolan, stay safe and stab well.